Hello, 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 hello. How are you guys? Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday, February 11th, and my name is Lacey Jane. This is Criminally Confident. And just for the record, it's not because I am a confident criminal, it's because I'm too confident for my own good. So, if you are here, thank you, because I know there's like a million places that you could be today, but you chose to spend it with me. And that is incredible. So thank you. If you could do me a favor and make sure to hit that thumbs up button, that helps the algorithm significantly. If you are new here and you are not already subscribed, please make sure to do that. It also helps the algorithm. I have mentioned this on a few other streams, excuse me, but I am super close to hitting yet another ridiculous goal in terms of my subscribers. Look at there. There's Kevin. Hey, Kev. How's it going? Thanks again for those pretty jewels yesterday. And I I am so thankful. I'm so thankful. And I know I've mentioned it before, but kind of got lagged down after going on vacation. So we're trying to rebuild that momentum that we had built up. So anything helps, even just pressing some hearts on the chat bar, if y'all know what I'm talking about. Oh, look at this. We have a beautiful member in here. Hello, Tara. Welcome. From North Georgia. All right, all right, all right. How's the weather there? Because I'm in Southern Florida and it is lovely. It wasn't lovely until like 20 minutes ago, and I had to get ready for the show. But as you can see, Tara is, if you're looking at the chat, her name is in green because she is a member, whether she was gifted a membership or she paid for one. That means that all of the comments that she makes, she gets them shown on screen, and she has access to emojis that no one else has access to. She has access to members only lives that I do and members only videos. I have yet to do a video. I only do lives, and just material that the general public doesn't necessarily have access to. So if you are considering becoming a member, I highly recommend it, even if it's for a month, just to try it out. Thank you so much. And we have Maybe here. Maybe is who keeps me on my toes and helps me tremendously with the show. Oh my God, it rhymed. So a lot happened like right when I was logging off yesterday. A lot. And for a split second, I really considered jumping back on, but I didn't. I resisted the urge. And I'm pretty sure I'm glad I didn't, because it was just a whole bunch of sound. And as I've said before, until these things get to the trial phase, I just feel like it's a lot of speculation. I feel like it's a lot of unnecessary feather ruffling, if that makes sense. Now, once we're at trial, that's a whole different story, y'all. But I'm specifically referring to the Nancy Guthrie situation. And I think it resonates with all of us. I think we all feel like this hopeless feeling, and I don't know, scared. That would be my worst nightmare. And I have so many thoughts about who it could potentially be. One day I'm thinking it's, the son-in-law of hers, and the next day I'm thinking it's Iran, and then the next day I'm thinking that it's a cartel. I mean, I've stayed in Tucson before and made the drive from Tucson to Mexico. It's it's very desolate. It's quick. Um, I looked. I okay. I'm not lying when I say this, you guys. So I was 10 when we went, and my parents have like told this story a million times. I was sitting in the back seat, and at one point, I like raised my voice at them, and I was like, "Do you really think you should be taking a child here?" That's young Lacey in like a nutshell. I've always been very cautious and like, "Hey guys, do you really think this is a good idea?" And then something happened in my 20s and I was like, "Screw this, let's have fun." Yeah, I was a brat. And you know what else we did in Tucson? That was awful, Kevin. We went on a hot air balloon ride. And I thought it was the worst experience of my life. I'm not even kidding you. You couldn't pay me to get in one of those things again. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I just sat in there the entire time and I was crying. Oh my god. And it went by the Grand Canyon. It was a really long ride. And it was at like sunrise, so we had to wake up early. And it was just the whole thing. Not not really my scene. Not for a 10-year-old. I wanted to be at the pool. Okay. So if you can relate to those baskets being the most terrifying contraptions in American history, let me know. Hello, Lefty. Hello, sir. I have a nice little bow on my dress, if y'all can see it. I got it for like 20 bucks. And it was originally like 200, which is wild for a dress. Now that I think about it, I wonder if it's like dry clean only. That'll be fun. Um, Thanks for being here, Lefty. And what else? I don't know. Do you guys I might as well throw it out there since we're already talking about it. What do you guys think about the situation? Do you feel hopeful? Are you less optimistic about her coming back? What's the overall consensus out there? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, Lefty. Thank you so much. You put me over the threshold to get paid this month. Thank you so much. Please make sure to subscribe to Lefty. Lefty is a fantastic creator. He's usually on in the middle of the night. That's why you'll never see me in his chats because I'm asleep. But for all the night owls, he's out there. Please make sure to subscribe because he's really close to hitting another monumental subscription milestone as well. So he and I could actually probably race at this point. Maybe we should turn this into a friendly competition. Okay. So what we have been doing, actually, let me start off by saying I watched the Murdaugh appeals today. I'm deleting my channel when I get a $9.99. Okay. I watched the Murdaugh appeals in the South Carolina Supreme Court today. First of all, let me say that they are way more chill than any other Supreme Court that I've seen lawyers argue appeals in. Like, they're just like yucking it up. And they are, that's hashtag goals in terms of like becoming a judge and then becoming a justice. Like, you want to do it there, trust me. Uh Secondly, by what I heard from the state, the defense, and the justices today, I will go out and I'll be the one to say it. I don't care. If I'm wrong, I'll retract this statement. I think he's I think he's going to get a new trial. They were really, really, really concerned about what happened in the last trial. Did I say really concerned? Because I mean it. And they had no qualms about making sure everyone knew that. They were asking for like confirmation of, did this person really say this? Did this really happen? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yep, it sure did. Sure did. And I mean, whether you love him, you hate him, I don't know anyone that loves Alec Murdaugh, but I know a large percentage of people who do not believe that he is responsible for what happened to his son and his wife, which is very interesting. And it very much reminds me of the Casey Anthony trial. This was 6 weeks long. And even the Supreme Court justices said this today, while questioning, I think it was the defense. I shit you not. We only have a few viewers, so you're going to get as real as it gets at this point. One of the Supreme Court justices said, well, at 6 weeks out, it's almost like all the rules go out the book and you'll say and do whatever it is to just get finished with the trial. And if you think about that, if that's the case, if there's really a belief that that's the way that it works, then yeah, he should get a new trial, because this clerk made horrible life choices. I cannot believe this lady. If you aren't aware of why this is happening, I don't even know where to start. The lady in charge of the jury, I'm making this mayperson understandable because I find it easier to explain that way. So the lady in charge, she's like she is the head honcho of the administrative duties. Her signature is at the top of the papers that go out to the jury. She signs the check. She's the head honcho, right? She is the lady with a book and a million notes scribbled in it. She made not one, not two, but a handful of statements to the jurors, during which she said that she needed a guilty vote, well, allegedly, right? Because she wanted to get a lake house and she already had a book deal. She said that she made comments when Alec, was on the stand, like, of things to look out for. And most importantly, one lady was asked by her where she was leaning with this vote. And this lady said that, she had some questions and she wasn't so sure based off the cell phone video from the night in question. when Maggie and Paul unfortunately passed away. And this juror, within an hour, was unseated. She was not an alternate juror. She was a sitting juror. And Becky, the lady in question, when she found this out, she was like, oh no, I mean, if you look at this, this, and this, then you shouldn't have any issues. And it's just like, ma'am, this is America. You can't be going around and stepping on people's civil rights like that. That is denying him a fair, impartial trial and a jury, like, judgment from a jury of his peers. It didn't sit right with me. And I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if the decision comes back that they are giving him a new trial. Now, let's segue that into what we're doing today. Today, we are going to visit the other man who wants a new trial, and that is Mr. Charlie Adelson. And we had some people in the chat last night who seemed to think that there were legitimate errors in what the judge did that made them question the arguments made. So let me pull up what I have already ready, because you know me, I'm just super prepared. And I have it queued up with Frodo and the next witness. And if you're new here, we only do the highlights, the things that you need to know about. We are not going through metadata. That is not important. We are not going through where someone went to school and crap like that. We are going through the pinpoint areas that I feel I would want to know, just to know. All right, let's go.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
I hope you had a restful weekend. We are going to pick back up where we left off on Friday with the examination of Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may cross-examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
So, hold on. Before we continue, yes, this is one of the guys that participated in the unaliving, of Dan Markel. With that being said, we know that, and if you're dying to see the testimony, we can watch it, but I can tell you that it was nothing, unfortunately, it was nothing like crazy. The other guy, I thought, was way more, the other participant, that is, was way more I don't even know what the word is. Someone that you would want to watch the testimony of. So I skipped the beginning of him, and I thought that we could go from here and then hit the other people that I think are important from this day. I hope that makes sense.
Clarify one thing. You didn't extort Charlie Adelson, right?
No.
One moment. Veronica, are you having problems still hearing? All right. If you can assist him. Mr. Rivera, make sure you speak as loudly as you can, sir.
Thank you.
And the answer to that question was no, right?
No.
you were paid $37,000 in your role in the murder of Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
You were supposed to be paid $35,000.
Yes.
Sigfredo Garcia, the shooter, gave you an extra $2,000, right?
Yes.
Your understanding was that the total payment was $100,000, correct?
Yes.
And that it was a one-time payment.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And you were told that you, Sigfredo, and Katie were
And
hired
it
by a lady to
came
do a
at
murder for
a
hire.
great time because I did make a mistake. So thank you so much. Maybe if you are one of the lucky recipients of the memberships that were just gifted, please make sure to say thank you to Maybe. That was so extremely generous and so deeply appreciated by me. If you are now a member, congratulations. You get to use the cool emojis. You get to come into the members only streams. You get a discount on merchandise. We will discuss that. And you get, there's always one thing that I forget. The emojis, the merch, you get your chat, like your comments on the screen. So, hooray. Welcome. Okay. So what I wanted to do is skip forward to the redirect. Since this is an appeal from Charlie, I want to hear what his lawyer said, and the redirect is not too long. It's not too long at all. So we're gonna do that. So thank you so much, Maybe. That is going to help tremendously. And I love to get people in here and their eyes back on the channel. So I really appreciate it. It helps.
A little bit better then. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And during that interview, you told law enforcement that you didn't hear the "I know" comment. Do you recall that?
No.
Wow. I don't think Donna necessarily gets a new trial if Charlie gets a new trial.
Nonetheless, in order
I really
for Katie
don't.
to know, she would have had to be told by someone before 12:30 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
Why does he talk like that?
After Sigfredo hung up with Katie, he told you that you would get your money tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were upset about that.
Yes.
You were upset because you didn't understand why the money wasn't already secured.
Absolutely.
Because when you do a murder for hire, you get paid up front.
Yes, sir.
You don't get paid over time.
Yep.
You don't get paid after the fact.
Yep.
The whole point of a murder for hire is you get paid, you do a killing, and then you separate.
Yes.
That's the reason for that type of crime, right?
I guess.
And in fact, you told Sigfredo that since the job was finished, you were supposed to be paid right there and then.
Yes,
Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk a little bit about the payment. You got paid the next day, right?
Yep.
And Katie dropped off the money, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was stapled.
Yes, sir.
And that's the first time you'd ever seen stapled money, right?
Yes.
You had never, on any of these other trips, you had never seen stapled money.
What other trips?
Well, the first trip to Tallahassee, the second trip to Tallahassee,
Yeah.
ever in your life.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen staple money.
Period.
And when you got paid, Sigfredo gave you an extra $2,000, right?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Rosenbaum. Pick it up, boy.
Throughout the years after, Katie and Sigfredo got back together, right?
Yeah, I was in prison already.
But you saw that they had moved to a new apartment?
Yeah.
That they had bought a new large TV?
TV.
They bought a nice TV, right? After the
No, I
murder?
was in prison.
What about before you went to prison? Did you see they bought a new large TV?
I mean, they had nice stuff.
They started to get some nice stuff, right?
Yeah.
Started to spend some money, right?
Yeah.
One last area of questions I have with you, and it'll be quick.
That
In
was really
2014
funny.
and 2015, during the time of these events, you were a member of the Latin Kings, right?
Yep.
And that's a crime family, right?
It's a family, yeah.
Commits crimes, right?
I mean, every gang does.
It's a gang.
Yeah, that's what you want to call it. I call it a family.
This guy
In
is.
fact, you were the head of the North Miami branch of the Latin Kings, right?
Yep.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
He's like, everybody never, ever, ever hire this defense attorney because he's a joke. All right, here we go.
Mr. Rivera, the defense characterized a lot of things that Garcia told you as lies. Do you know that those things were lies?
No,
So when he said, "Oh, that's the lady. She's looking at us," do you know if he really thought it was the lady or not?
no, it was the lady.
He thought it was the lady,
It
right?
was the lady.
Okay.
It was her.
All right. And how long after the murder did Garcia seem to have a lot of money? Like for years after the murder? For weeks after the murder?
Probably weeks, months.
Okay, so weeks or months he was spending money like crazy, right? But after that, he was broke again.
Yeah.
When you were in the car with Garcia at the restaurant where he was talking about running the dentist over,
Yes, ma'am.
what was he acting like?
I mean, he's himself. You can never tell. But he drinks a lot. He does a lot of coke. But he was frustrated.
Okay, so he was jealous,
Absolutely.
angry,
Yeah.
pissed off,
Mhm.
drunk,
Every day.
okay, and heartbroken, right?
Yes.
All right. What about on the trips to Tallahassee? Was he like that on those trips?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so during the trips to Tallahassee, was he talking about the dentist?
No, we barely spoke.
All right, so when y'all were sitting out in front of the restaurant, he was talking about the dentist, right? At that time.
Yeah.
And specifically mentioning how Katie was dating the dentist and that was upsetting him.
That's all he said. He didn't mention him too much. He's like, that's the dude she's cheating on me with.
All right. And what about on the trips to Tallahassee? Was he going on about that on the trips to
No.
Tallahassee? Did he mention on the trips to Tallahassee, like, this has something to do with the dentist, or we got to kill this guy because I'm trying to harm the dentist?
No. To harm him, he never said nothing about him.
Right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Welcome, King Bob and Patricia Cordier Rouse.
Did this murder have anything to do with the Latin Kings?
Everyone.
No, absolutely not.
Fighting.
Were you asked to threaten anybody related to this murder? I mean, were you ever asked to threaten the dentist because you're a
No.
Latin king and he might be afraid of you?
No, I don't even know these people, man. The Latin Kings ain't got nothing to do with this.
No
I
further
promise you that.
Witness be recalled.
Potentially, Your Honor.
Yes, I just like, dude, why am I even here? This is dumb.
Witness.
St. Paul's Catherine, my day on.
Here we go.
That's fine.
Here we go now. Hey, please make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Help your girl out. There's a lot of streams going on right now, so I could use it. Thanks. If Lefty's still watching, I have my Canadian tuxedo coat ready to wear. She's like, this is awkward. Remember when we once dated? You don't look so hot in prison wear, ma'am. So I think we're only $30 away from hitting one of our goals. What in the world? What's going on? Did you just do that again? Now I have to do a stream in the pool. It's so worth it. Thank you, maybe. Well, that's gonna be fun. That's gotta happen this week. So let me look at the weather. Thank you so much, maybe, and welcome to all of our new members. Make sure to use those emojis. The more you chat, and interact with this stream, the more likely you are to receive one of the gifted memberships. And you are now privy to member only streams, and it's just way too much fun over here. Just way too much fun. Okay, all right. We're officially moving this along. What are they arguing about? Okay, she should be coming up right along here shortly. I did want to see who got a membership. Why can't I see?
You can be seated for now. If the jurors are good to be brought in, please bring them in.
Oh, is that on here?
Come in, you'll need to remain standing. I will swear you in, and then you can take your seat. Okay?
Yes, it was on here. Welcome. Oh my God, Miami Spice got one. You go, girl. You go, girl. This is incredible. Are they whispering I love you to one another? It always happens once a stream.
The witness may be seated. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, Katherine Magbanua.
I see that you're in jail clothes. Are you currently in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in custody for?
The murder?
Are you doing a sentence for murder?
Yes, ma'am.
You were convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a trial in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you testify?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified on your own behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you testified, were you truthful with the jury?
No, ma'am. I was not.
Did you take the same oath that you just took today in your own trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your defense when you were tried?
That I had nothing to do with it.
All right. That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson and we got it right in reference to the killers,
Yes,
but you
ma'am.
weren't in the middle.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that true?
No, ma'am. It was not.
Were you in the middle?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
And didn't you also testify in the trial in which Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
And what was his defense?
That he had nothing to do with it.
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Overruled. Ms. Calvin, make sure you have any questions.
And was that defense truthful?
No, ma'am. It was not.
So Sigfredo Garcia was involved.
Yes, ma'am. He was.
So why tell the truth now?
I believe that the truth
Oh.
needed to come out now so that the family can get some type of closure.
Why didn't the truth need to come out last year or the year before or the year before that?
I was trying to defend myself.
You were trying to get off.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think you'd be successful in your trial with that defense?
I thought so.
Has anyone promised you anything for your testimony here today?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity for cooperation in this case?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
But you didn't take us up on that
No, ma'am. I didn't.
because you thought you could get off completely.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am.
And now you're doing a life sentence.
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Did Charlie Adelson threaten to harm you if you told the truth?
No, ma'am. He didn't threaten me.
Did anybody threaten you to keep your silence?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody promise you anything if you remained silent all these years?
I wasn't promised anything, but
Oh wait, did
I
I
mean,
not
I wasn't promised anything.
read
Go
this
ahead,
up?
finish your thought. You weren't promised anything, but what?
No, I
I
didn't.
thought everything was going to be okay.
You thought you'd be acquitted.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, did you know Dan Markel?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any personal beef with him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
What was your motivation for becoming a part of this murder plot?
Financially,
So, not as a favor to Charlie Adelson? I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. Was it a favor to Charlie Adelson?
yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, but your primary motivation was not favor to Charlie Adelson?
Well, yes, ma'am, it was. And financially.
All right, because you were going to get paid for
Yes,
your part?
yes,
How much
ma'am.
did you get
Gonna
paid?
get a boob job.
I don't know the exact amount.
What was your relationship to Charlie Adelson?
He was my ex-boyfriend.
When did you meet him?
I believe that was in 2013.
Do you know what month?
Has to be around September.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there with a blue jacket and a blue tie.
The record reflects the witnesses identified the defendant. Show you what a mark as states 48. Recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's when we went to Key West.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of you and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it
Is
is.
that when the two of you were taken when the two of you were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time I ask the movement evidence states 48.
48 is vote.
Do we have that for publication? So was this photo taken before or after the murder?
Before.
Who came up with the idea to kill Dan Markel?
Charlie?
So Sigfredo Garcia didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Luis Rivera didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
When did the defendant first bring this idea up to you?
My first recollection was around Halloween of 2013.
Around Halloween or on actual?
On Halloween, yes, ma'am.
All right. What's your recollection of how that came up?
We were at a Halloween party in Lincoln Road, and right before we were about to go, he got in the car with me and he asked me a question.
What was the question?
Do you know anybody that can harm someone?
And did you know anybody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
Sigfredo.
And at the time, what was your relationship with Sigfredo?
Wasn't the best.
But he was father of your children,
Yes,
right?
ma'am, he is.
So were you dating both men at this time, or were you only dating
No,
Charlie?
I was only dating Charlie.
And so he meaning the defendant, initially said, do you know anyone that could harm someone? Was he aware of your connection to Sigfredo Garcia when he made
No.
that statement?
Not that I know of. No, ma'am.
Did you suggest Sigfredo Garcia at that time to the defendant?
No, ma'am.
What did you say?
I just said yes and kind of left it alone.
All right. Did it go any further than that at that time?
Not that night.
All right, did you know who he wanted harmed
Did
at that time?
no,
Hey guys, don't forget to hit the
Had
thumbs
you
up
become
button.
aware during the course of your relationship with him that he had some kind of issue going on with his sister's ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you learn about that?
He was just stating that his family wasn't, his mom and dad was stressed and that his sister was having problems with her husband and custody of her 2 children.
And when did you learn that the person that the defendant wanted harmed was this ex-husband of the sister?
I believe later on.
All right. And when did you learn the name Dan Markel?
It wasn't until, I don't know if it was on my trial or when Sigfredo got arrested.
Okay, so even when he was killed, you didn't know the name of the person that was being killed.
Yes, I never knew his name.
How did the defendant refer to this
You're
person,
the
if not
beast.
by the name
From
Dan or Danny
afar.
Markel?
Wendy's husband.
So you knew that the person that was going to be initially harmed
That was wild.
was Wendy's husband.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that there were issues, or what did you know about the beef with him?
He painted this picture that this was a terrible man and making his family go through a lot custody-wise with his sister.
Right, and when he would say these things to you, is it in the context of his mom specifically or his family in general?
I believe it was more towards his mom,
Meaning what?
that his mom hasn't been sleeping, his mom is not eating. I know his dad wasn't the best health either, but he would refer to his mom a lot.
All right, and the reason she wasn't sleeping or eating, did that have to do with this ex-husband of Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever tell the defendant who it was that was going to be doing the job?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why didn't you say the name Sigfredo to Charlie Adelson?
I always referred to each other as my friend. Neither one of them wanted to really hear each other's names
And why is that?
because Sigfredo was the the father of my kids, and I was dating him at that time. I was dating Charlie at that time.
Okay. So
Charlie.
Sigfredo Garcia, did he have strong feelings about the defendant?
Yes, he didn't like him.
All right. And is that because you were dating him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And vice versa, you're not going to talk about the child's father with the new boyfriend either.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it
Okay.
true then that you were
Guys,
sort of
listen.
walling these two off?
Oh shit! Shoot. I assume you can hear that, right? It's a whole bunch of sirens. And it just stopped like right out there.
From each other before the issue of the murder and the conspiracy ever even arose?
Wow, man.
And did that pattern continue throughout the murder conspiracy?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Do you think Charlie Adelson knew that it was your child's father that you were going to?
He might have had an idea, but he just never said it out loud.
There's one phone call between, I think it's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, the father of the defendant. Do you know anything about that phone call? That was on July 1st of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you know about that phone call?
From the trial, what I remember was that Sigfredo had contacted or was trying to contact Charlie, but we were in a heated argument at that time. We were kind of in the middle of the street, and I guess it's the first thing he looked up was his work number.
All right, so you say you're in a heated argument. Is this the confrontation that occurred where you and the defendant were going jet skiing?
I believe that was after.
It was after that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how many interactions personally, face-to-face, did, to your knowledge, Charlie Adelson have with Sigfredo Garcia?
That was probably the only one that I remember was that jet ski accident
Accident?
or like the confrontation.
All right, tell us what happened at that confrontation.
Sigfredo had just picked up the kids and he was eating at a corner pizza place with the kids, and he saw that Charlie was coming by to go pick me up, and I guess saw the jet skis in the back of the car. So he loaded up the kids and cut us off, was screaming a couple things out loud, but we didn't really hear anything because our windows was up.
All right, did you say he cut you off? Do you mean in traffic?
In the back street of where I lived at that time.
All right, and when you say he cut you off, did he run you off the road or something else?
He kind of just went right and blocked the road in front of us. So Charlie had to kind of do a 3-point turn and go around the other way.
Did the two men actually get out into the street and confront each other?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Okay, were any actual words exchanged through the windows?
Through the windows, yes, but I had my window up, so we didn't know what Sigfredo was saying.
All right, so Sigfredo shouted some things out the window. Did Mr. Adelson do the same?
No, he did not.
And what were the things that were shouted out the window? Were you able to hear them or not?
I didn't hear anything.
All right. And at this point, this is July 1st of 2014, the plot is already underway. To do this
Trying to
murder,
think
right?
of
Yes, ma'am.
Does Sigfredo Garcia know that he's doing the
Hold
murder
on.
for Charlie Adelson?
To my knowledge,
I have a
he might have had an inkling
responsibility.
about it, but I don't know. That was never spoken of.
Okay, the killers, and when I say the killers, I'm referring to Garcia and Rivera, knew they were doing something for a lady to get her kids back. Do you know how they knew that information?
I believe it's because of the envelope that Charlie gave me to pass
Okay,
over.
so you didn't relay that information to them that it had to do with a lady and her kids.
I might have mentioned it to Sigfredo, yes.
Okay, so if you mentioned that to Sigfredo, would you be, I guess, were you intentionally trying to characterize this job as being related to someone other than Charlie Adelson?
I believe so, yes.
Because
Okay.
is that because Sigfredo Garcia would not have wanted to?
To respond to your comment, have you ever seen this movie? That's what I imagine when you say like business in the front, party in the back is Eileen Warner, I think is how you pronounce her last name. Like her hair the entire time. It was sharp, and you can tell I did not spell Charlize correctly. Whatever. But I sorry guys, I had to show that. It was critical for purposes of communication.
do anything to help out Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Oh,
So,
well.
Do you think Sigfredo knew that this lady with the kids was somehow connected to Charlie Adelson?
I believe so.
All right. And there was going to be a lot of money paid for this job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anybody else with that kind of money or that might have had that kind of money to get this job for them?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do I look crazy today?
All right. You mentioned the paper. Luis Rivera said there was a paper that Sigfredo had when they came to do the murder. Do you know anything about that paper?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right. Did you provide a paper to Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, I did.
All right. And when you say you don't know anything about it, but you gave it to him, you obviously know something about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell us what, I know what you're trying to say is you don't know what was on the
The
paper.
content of it. Yes.
Tell us how you got the paper.
One moment. That's right.
Ms. Cattleman, please use unmuted phone.
Tell us how you came into possession of this paper that the killers had.
Okay. One day, just a random night that I was over at Charlie's house, he had a manila envelope that was sealed. He told me, Katie, do not open it. Do not touch it. Do not look inside it. I didn't print this paper out from my office, printed it probably from another office, and basically
Probably.
really,
Right.
give that paper to the other person.
All right. And who is saying this?
This was Charlie.
All right. This defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So he says to you, I have this paper. How does he give it to you?
I had a diaper bag, so he showed me the envelope, and I was like, just put it in there.
Did he express any concerns about fingerprints being on the envelope or the contents?
Yes, ma'am. He said he wore a glove so that there's no fingerprints on it. He was very specific about me not opening it and not looking inside it. And he also told me that he didn't print it from his office
Of course,
Right, and what
I would
about
look
licking
in
the
it.
envelope.
and that he didn't lick the envelope.
He said he did not lick the
He
envelope?
did not lick the
And what was the
envelope.
purpose of that?
That's his DNA.
Okay. So did you touch the envelope?
And CIS.
It was in my diaper bag, but I don't remember if I never opened it, but I might have touched it just to stick it inside in my diaper bag.
And did you deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia?
I must have contacted Sigfredo and just told him, hey, come by the house. And then, he was kind of in and out of my life. So he popped up. He literally got the envelope. I was like, you have something inside that bag. And then he grabbed it, stuffed it in his pants, and left.
Okay. In regards to the June trip that the killers made, did you provide Garcia or Rivera with any money for expenses
Yes, ma'am.
associated with that trip?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did you get the money from to do that?
From Charlie Adelson.
Right.
Can you tell us about that? What was
I've always felt very strongly that like she got the book of law thrown at her way harder than I would have thought. If you didn't know this was Charlie's girlfriend. She introduced him to the Killers, not the band, although they are great. I saw them in Columbus, Ohio. And she is in prison right now for life for murder. And I've always thought, I mean, I expected her to go to jail, prison. I thought the murder sentence was crazy, but I guess providing that money to Sigfredo, her ex-boyfriend, baby daddy, I guess I can see where they decided that it was a life sentence. I don't know. I've seen killers do a whole lot less time. And I'm saying all the bad YouTube words. I'm just realizing.
what was the context of you getting that money?
Sigfredo would just ask me, hey, I'm going to need some money. I need to go out of town. And I'm like, okay. So then I'd go to Charlie, or I'd be at Charlie's house, and I'll tell him I need some money for the expenses.
And he gave you some money?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much money, if you know?
I can't recall, but it was a couple $100s.
So this thing started back in October of 13 and doesn't get done until July of 14. Can you describe whether there's any pressure as time is going on and this thing is not getting done?
Trying to remember, like in the beginning of the year, I don't think there was really much. I mean, he's been planting the seed in my head that this needed to get done. This needed to get done. And I guess towards probably around June, July is when he was a little bit more adamant about this job getting done.
Okay. And when you say he, you're talking about who?
Charlie.
Did you ever have any contact with any other Adelson about this job?
No, ma'am.
In the context of this needs to get done, this pressure getting put on you, is there ever a mention of the mom, Donna, or the divorce situation in the context of getting it done?
At that time, not that I could recall.
Will you publish 35, please? Is this you on the left side of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Right. And was this picture, where was this picture taken?
This was in South Beach. I believe the building that they were living at where Charlie's parents were living at.
Is that the icon?
I don't think that was Icon. It was somewhere in First and Ocean.
In this
Okay,
building.
so different residence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this photo, was this the
Unbelievable.
first time you'd ever met Wendy, or had you already known Wendy before this photo?
I met her one time prior to this because I believe this was in Father's Day. So I met her around spring break when I had dinner with her and Jeffrey.
Okay. So the Yardbird restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this was the second time you'd met her.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a relationship with her outside of her being Charlie's sister?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you communicate with her by phone or through any apps or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you receive any communication from her specifically about the homicide?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did Wendy ever give you any money or other gifts?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Did anybody pay you for your part in the murder other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, they did not.
All right. And the payments from Charlie Adelson, did those include the checks that were signed by his mother from
Yes,
the Adelson
ma'am.
Institute?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you perform any job at the Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't go up there and clean on the weekends?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the night of the murder, did you go to the defendant's house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where was that house, or what house was that?
That was in Whale Harbor in Fort Lauderdale.
All right. And did you get payment for the murder that night?
I believe it was the following morning.
Were you in a panic when you arrived at his house?
Was I in a panic?
In a panic.
I wasn't in a panic, but Charlie was.
Okay. Explain that. How was he acting?
When I opened the door, he was kind of frantic and he had a gun in his hand and he was just all over the place.
Was that normal behavior for him?
Not having a gun in his hand, no, ma'am.
All right. Did you know him to have a gun prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. He has a gun safe.
All right. But he just didn't usually carry around in his hand?
Yeah, he's never had it in his hand.
Turn the phone off, please.
Yes, sir. Please don't throw that book of justice at me.
What was he saying to you when he was in this frantic state?
I can't really recall because he had given me some Xanax, so it was a little blurry that night, and I just fell asleep. I think we both fell asleep. So
All right. Can you tell the jury whether
I'm so
the
mad.
sight
I'm so
you were
mad.
showing
I'm
had
so
to
mad.
do with the murder or something else?
yes, ma'am, it had to do with that.
Okay. Was anybody else there at his residence when you arrived?
At that day, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see his parents at the residence?
No, I didn't see his parents.
How was the money packaged when you got it? I think you said you got it the next morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It
How was
was-
it packaged?
It was in a plastic. The money was in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag, that was inside a brown bag, and then like a grocery bag over it.
And was the money stapled?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Can you explain how it was stapled? Like what size bills and what increments were stapled together?
I believe it was stapled in. I never counted it, but it was like in a stack, and it was stapled in the corner.
All right. Were they $100 bills or something else?
They were $100 bills, and there was some 20s and 50s.
Okay. And was the money damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Explain what you mean to the jury.
A couple days after that, I went and I opened the bag and I called Sigfredo and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, well, why would there be mold on the money? And he's just, I don't know, just blow dry it. So I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money.
You mean like physically wash the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think his mom did it?
Because he was always adamant about telling me he didn't have any money in his house. And he told me that his parents had just stopped by right before I got there. So all
Okay.
of a sudden he had money to put in the trunk of my car.
Was the
following morning.
money, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm sorry.
Was the money already sorted out and packaged when you first saw it, or was he doing that?
No, it was already stacked and sorted out.
Okay. And did he have to, so he didn't have to go anywhere to get the money. He already had it when you arrived.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any argument that night about the money or the next morning?
With me and Charlie?
Yes.
No.
Did you, I guess you did stay there that night? You may have already said that.
Yes, I fell asleep.
Was there any argument with the defendant at all about anything that night?
No, ma'am. Not that I can recall.
Did you threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Maybe this time.
Oh, let's peek in. Man, he just doesn't handle prison well, or jail. At this point, jail. If you've seen him lately, they moved him up to South Dakota, his Miami butt. Maybe just shared my donation things. If you do send a dono and you want me to know, make sure to comment, because otherwise I don't look at my phone. Just so you guys know. Just letting you know. You don't have to do that. I'm just letting you guys know you don't have to yell. She's definitely a key witness. She's a major, major witness. She also ends up testifying at his mother's trial.
What I had one of two scenarios. This is one of two scenarios. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What were the one of two scenarios? What were the two scenarios?
What he was speaking of was probably the FBI or Tato blackmailing
And by
their
Tato,
family.
you mean Rivera.
Louis Rivera, yes, ma'am.
Were you concerned about that as well?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what did you do to try to figure out who it was that had approached Donna Adelson?
I asked Sigfredo.
All
He
of
was
her
supposed to be
exes
looking
are
into
in prison
Yes, ma'am.
for
Were you
life.
there whenever he did whatever he did to try to find out who it was?
Was I where?
Were you present when Sigfredo, I guess, went out and talked to people about whether?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Because at that time, was Rivera in custody?
Yes, ma'am. He was already doing his federal sentence, I believe.
So was the concern that maybe some of his associates might have done this?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe he had run his mouth about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Me too. I
Have
think
you
it was
reviewed
mom is.
what I had marked for U.S. States Exhibit 111, the Dulce Vita recording with the transcript attached?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And does the transcript in that exhibit accurately reflect the words that were said at that meeting between yourself and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe not.
When
Maybe
the
her.
defendant described the bump to you, strike.
Right. You're out.
When you were speaking with Charlie Adelson and also Sigfredo Garcia about this bump, did you speak in code?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the purpose of speaking in code?
Kind of just piggyback with what Charlie was speaking to me in code. So I kind of was like, okay, if he's talking in codes, kind of speaking codes as well.
Was the concern that the calls could be being recorded?
My concern was more that I was at work. So I really didn't want to say any phone numbers out loud or speak of what was going on.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as
What did
states.
she do for work?
Have you seen this before? I don't know if you have.
No, ma'am, I have not.
Right. And it's got several items listed here as code words with the actual meaning next to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment to just, and the ones in red are the ones used by you, the ones in yellow are used by Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
She
Will you
worked
review this exhibit
at
and just tell me if it's accurate as far as what it
dermatology. Yes. God, that's like the dream job. You can get free friggin' Botox. Line me up.
Yes, ma'am, it's accurate.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to make use of state's demonstrative A.
Yes, yeah.
Play ball. He's like flirting with you, girl. I'm just saying. There's a lot going on there, you know.
Right, so then we have an
So
agreement
awkward.
with a couple redactions.
You can go ahead and make those now.
Maybe I can borrow a Sharpie from the clerk.
Chosen, you're just gonna have to watch. I don't know why it seems like it's taking so flipping long.
You're back.
All right, so the first one we have is $65.70. And again, Jerry hasn't heard these calls yet, but when you were talking to Sigfredo Garcia about $65.70, were you referring to the undercover phone number?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. And then when you're talking to Charlie about an agent, were you talking about, it seems like you're talking about real estate agent, but are you talking about the undercover agent that approached his mother?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Right. And the CD, was that reference to a recording that the Adelsons made of their contact with the undercover?
A recording of their contact with them,
Yes.
that they were being recorded?
No, that they called the undercover. phone
Yes,
number
ma'am.
and recorded it.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually hear that recording?
No, ma'am, not until my trial.
And then the client, there's a lot of discussion about this client or this tenant. You need to find out if this is going to be a good tenant or a bad tenant.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the tenant this person, if it really was a blackmailer, this thug that's somehow affiliated with Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the false lead or the phishing, what did that mean? There's a lot of discussion about.
George has been waiting years to ask this.
Do you remember that?
From the phone calls?
Yes, this is all from the phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
It was one of the two scenarios that it could be law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am. But this was Charlie basically saying this the whole time. He's the one who's coming up with all the scenarios.
Okay, but when he's talking about the scenarios, he's talking about phishing.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
doesn't say law enforcement phishing.
No, ma'am.
He says it could be, a tenant or a patient or something like that.
Anything but what?
Judge, I'm just gonna check the reading.
Did you raise your question? Ms. Kappelman, sustained.
How about the listing or the properties? What did that refer to?
About the paperwork? It's pretty accurate.
Into a listing.
Yeah, the listing, because I worked in a real estate agency at that time. So he was just telling me, look into the listing. Oh, this will be a good investment. So it was really Charlie saying all these words.
What did the good and what might the good what might the good investment have been?
If he had a good lead.
If it was a blackmailer,
Yes.
that you could pay off.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor, meeting.
Ruled.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right. We talked about the two scenarios. The paperwork. What was that?
That was the paper that was handed to his mom by the undercover.
On the Dolce restaurant meeting, we see Charlie Adelson pull out a piece of paper. Was that the actual piece of paper that was handed to his mother?
I believe so. I just never saw it. He never showed it to me.
Okay. Did he give you a phone number off of that piece of
He
paper?
did. That was that phone number that we just can't seem to get right.
Probably
The
shouldn't.
6570.
Okay.
It's a lot. And people are crazy about
At
it.
any time after, I know we talked about the night of the money, that you got the money, but at any time after that, did you ever blackmail Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you ever threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you relay any threats on behalf of Sigfredo Garcia?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did anyone ever make you extort any money or other favors out of Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Before the murder, had you bragged to Garcia and or Rivera about my new rich boyfriend?
I didn't even know he had money like that.
Well,
Hmm.
he had a-
I mean, he had a good job and, he had a nice house, but I wasn't aware of how, how much money he has.
okay, but he definitely had more than Sigfredo Garcia.
Oh, yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay, and did you brag to Garcia like, oh, I got a new, better
mean,
guy?
I'm pretty sure he saw that I was happy and I was, going out to dinners and hanging out with him. So
Okay, but did you tell them specifically he's got a lot of money?
no, I did not.
Did you tell them specifically he's got this issue with his sister's ex-husband?
I believe I mentioned it. Yes, I
Okay.
did.
And when you talked to them about he's got this issue with his sister's ex-husband, was that in the context of hiring them to do the murder, or just in?
Just in general.
Okay, so they
just-
were aware that he had this issue.
Well, Sigfredo was, yes.
Okay, did you ever talk to Rivera about it?
No, I did not.
Okay, and when you talked to Sigfredo about it, did he ever say, "Well, I think I'll just drive to Tallahassee and kill the guy," or anything like that?
No, ma'am, he did not.
I'll be right back.
Is that something he would have mentioned to you if that was his idea?
Sigfredo doesn't say a lot of things to me, and he likes to keep a lot of things away from me. So he would have
Okay.
never asked me that or told me that.
Okay, but in this case, I guess, okay, so is it possible that Sigfredo and Rivera came to Tallahassee and did this killing without any communication from you or Charlie Adelson, just on their own,
No, ma'am.
and then
That would be-
extorted Charlie Adelson through you to get money because they had killed the guy?
No, that'd be impossible. How would they have any information?
Well, they could have seen it on the internet.
No. I don't think so.
When you were talking about Wendy's husband and the problems with him to Sigfredo Garcia, I know you've already said this, but I just want to be crystal clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say the name Dan Markel?
No, ma'am. I never knew Dan Markel's name.
How was the name Dan Markel, the location and name of the target for this killing, provided to the killers?
I believe it was all the information that was given to Sigfredo, which I got from Charlie, was all in that paper.
Paper provided by this defendant.
Yes, ma'am. Inside the envelope.
May I have a moment to confer? Any other questions?
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Now, you were arrested and charged with the murder of Professor Markel on October 1, 2014. I'm sorry, 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
Almost immediately, the state talked to your lawyers and offered you full immunity, a get out of jail free card, right?
I don't know if that was immediately.
Pretty soon after you got arrested, you were offered to cooperate against Charlie Adelson and the other Adelsons, and you would get to go home to your kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And your lawyers told you about that offer.
Yes, sir, they did.
You also saw an interview on TV while you were in jail in which one of the prosecutors mentioned this immunity offer, right?
Yes, sir.
You have 2 kids who are your world, right?
Yes, sir.
If you took the state's deal, then you would have been let out of jail immediately, right? That's what your lawyers told you.
If I took their deal? Yes, sir.
But you didn't take the offer.
No, I didn't.
Instead, you stayed in jail for 3 years before your first trial, right?
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail through COVID after your first trial hung.
Yes, sir.
You still didn't cooperate. Still, the deal was still open, right?
Well, the deal was to give up Charlie.
And you couldn't do that.
Because in order to give up Charlie, I had to give up Sigfredo, the father of my children. So I couldn't do that.
So while you're in jail, sitting in jail, during COVID, you knew there was still a deal possibility open for you, right? You could still take a deal. Your lawyers told you that.
Before COVID, after my mistrial?
Yes.
I believe so.
And you still didn't take the deal, right?
No.
Charlie Adelson didn't force you to take the deal, not take the deal, right?
No, I had no communication with Charlie.
He didn't pay for your attorneys.
He didn't pay for my attorneys, but there was word that my brother declined him paying for my attorneys.
Ma'am,
I had anything to do with him.
I know you have an
News
agenda, but
about
just
what?
answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
Did Charlie Adelson pay for your attorneys?
No, sir, he did not.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay for your attorneys?
No, sir.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay any money to your kids?
No, sir.
You had nothing to do with Charlie Adelson, right? After the bump.
No, sir, I did not.
Now, the real reason you didn't cooperate, and you made it clear, is because Charlie Adelson had absolutely nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markel. Isn't that the case?
I didn't cooperate because in order to give up Charlie, I'd have to give up Sigfredo.
Well, let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. And don't worry, we're going to get to your proffers as well.
Okay.
But let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. You were asked, did you get the father of your children, Mr. Garcia, to commit a murder on behalf of Mr. Charlie Adelson? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, do you have information that Charlie Adelson was involved in this? Answer, do I have information? I don't have personal information. Do you recall that?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't recall saying that in your first trial?
No, sir, I do not.
Would you like to see a transcript of
Yes,
it?
I will.
I had forgotten to put the dishes away and wanted to get that done before.
I'll direct your attention to page 2800, lines 1 through 5.
Please read to yourself, man.
Does that refresh your recollection? That's
Yes.
what you said?
Yes, sir, it does.
During your second trial, do you recall being asked, Charlie didn't ask you to do anything weird? Answer, no, ma'am. Like get someone to get a hitman to commit a murder of his ex-brother-in-law? No, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and that answer?
Yes, sir, I do.
I haven't met
Because you couldn't
Dolores.
convict Charlie, you went to trial, and the first trial hung. Isn't that the case?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks before your second trial, Charlie was arrested. Isn't that the case?
Yes, sir.
The state waited and waited and waited for you to cooperate, and then they arrested him on the eve of your trial when you made it clear you weren't going to cooperate, right?
Yes, sir.
So you went to trial the second time, and this time you were convicted.
Yes, sir.
And you were convicted of first-degree murder and other charges, right?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks after your conviction, you were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus another 30 years. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you were transferred from the jail in Leon County to the state prison where you would spend the rest of your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Away from your family,
Yes, sir.
away from your children.
Yes, sir.
And you realized that there were only 2 ways to get out of that prison, right?
What are the 2 ways?
Well, one way was in a
He's
coffin,
like, please tell me.
right?
Yes, sir.
And the other way was cooperating against Charlie Adelson, right?
No, sir. I wanted the truth to finally come out.
Right?
What are the only 2 ways that you can ever get out of prison, Miss Magbanua?
To die.
Oh, well, we'll get to that too. You have appeal pending right now, right?
Yes, sir.
That claims that you're innocent.
Yes, sir.
But let's just make this clear to the jury. Ms. Kappelman has called you as a witness against this man who's presumed innocent. You've just testified that you did a murder, and you have an appeal pending right now in this county claiming your innocence. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
He likes to, yeah.
And lo and behold, weeks after you were convicted and sentenced to life with no parole, you went in and met with the state, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them not once, but twice.
Yes, sir.
And you met with them for hours.
Yes, sir.
A combined total of around 6 hours, right?
Did you order
Yes,
Pizza
sir.
Hut?
Now, we're going to get into that and all the lies that Ms. Kappelman didn't go through with you that you made during those interviews, but let's go back to the first trials first, okay?
I would have
In
been
each
like,
of those trials, you
want
took the stand for
everything
your own
to
defense,
eat.
right?
Yes, sir.
And you took the same oath and looked at different jurors the same way that you look today, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your second trial, not only did you take an oath in this room, but isn't it true that you tried to get Sigfredo to lie for you?
No, sir, I did not.
Isn't it true that you were caught on a recording in the prison
A
in which
little.
you were going to have Sigfredo Garcia come into your trial, your second trial, and say that he did the murder with Charlie Adelson all by himself?
No, sir.
You never were on a recording of
Never
that
said
fact.
that.
Your plan at your second trial wasn't to have Sigfredo Garcia testify on your behalf?
No, sir.
Are you aware that your lawyer opened up on that plan?
No,
In her
sir, I'm
opening?
not aware. No.
Well, did you sit through the trial?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you sit through the trial when she said to the jury, you're going to hear from Sigfredo Garcia, who's going to say that the murder was between him and Charlie Adelson, and that you're just a victim of having bad taste in men?
He never came up.
He refused to come and testify, right?
I don't know if he refused. He was never called.
Are you aware that you and your lawyer subpoenaed him to come down to Leon County to testify on your behalf?
He was subpoenaed, but he just never showed up.
And he
Oh,
didn't
Never
show
took
up?
the stand.
Right. He was subpoenaed by you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you got on the phone with him. You were caught because you're not supposed to talk to each other, right?
Yes, sir.
But you guys talk to each other because what you do is you call his mom, right?
Yes, sir.
And he calls his mom. Isn't that what you all do?
At that time, yes, sir.
Yeah, you
You
call each other so
all?
that you could talk to each other through the mom. And during one of those calls, you asked him to come testify on your behalf. Isn't that what you did?
No, I did not ask him.
But we'll move on to some other lies.
He's a little Jewish leprechaun. That's what he is. Like he jumps, he talks real loud.
During your first trial, you were asked, you didn't ask Mr. Garcia to help this lady get her kids back in Tallahassee. Answer, no, ma'am. You didn't solicit him to commit a murder of Dan Markel. Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and answers?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, well, back then, did you know someone by the name of Dan Markel? Answer, no, ma'am. In 2014, you learned that Wendy Adelson's divorce was already finalized, right? I learned that in court. I didn't know it before. Do you remember those
Yes,
those words? Those were lies, right?
Yes, I lied in my trials to save myself.
We'll keep going. You lied when you said that Charlie told you that Professor Markel had been in an accident, right?
I lied that. Say it again, sir.
Well, I'll ask you the questions. Do you remember having a conversation with Charlie Adelson about his brother-in-law being in an accident? Does that sound familiar to you? It
Yeah.
sounds familiar. Yeah, that was a lie, right?
No, that's what Charlie said.
He told you that he was in an accident. He'd tell you that there was a murder.
No, he told me he was in an accident.
So you didn't know about the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, not at that time.
When did you find out about the murder of Dan Markel?
It was later on.
Oh, really? So the money that you brought to the guys that Miss Kappelman brought up on opening, the money you brought up to the guys on July 19th, was because Dan Markel was in an accident?
I didn't know that was Dan Marquette. Like I didn't know his name,
Oh,
but there was
Oh.
a murder that happened. Yes.
at the March 11th dinner that you had with Mr. Lacoste at Yardbird, Dan Markel's name wasn't mentioned?
No, sir.
Would it surprise you that Mr. Lacoste has testified to the opposite of that?
No, I haven't seen his testimony.
At your first trial, you were asked, did Charlie mention anything to you about a murder out of Tallahassee? So now it's not Dan Markel. It's just a murder out of Tallahassee. And your answer was no, ma'am. Question, did he mention anything about his ex-brother-in-law being murdered? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And those were lies, right?
Yes, I told you I lied. I lied in my trials to save myself.
I understand. Please let me keep going through them. There's a lot of them, so we'll take our time.
Yes, sir.
Oh wow.
Now, you said you never saw any cash at Charlie's place. Do you recall that at trial?
He had cash, but I didn't know how much he had. I know he keeps cash in his safe.
But I thought you just testified moments ago that you never saw cash at his place. They didn't keep cash at his place. And supposedly his parents had to bring the cash. Isn't that what you just told this jury about 18 minutes ago?
An abundance of cash.
Have you seen a safe?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen it open?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't he keep a lot of cash that he collects on the top of his safe?
I mean, I'm not like looking in it, but every single time he used to go out, he used to grab some money from the safe and then take it with him.
This place is nice. This Yardbird
Repeatedly during
place.
both trials, you said you worked at the Adelson Institute. You never worked at the Adelson Institute,
No,
right?
sir, I did not.
Now we're going to hear about a Lexus.
Yes, sir.
You said you paid for that Lexus. You never paid for that Lexus. Is that
I
the case?
paid Charlie cash for that Lexus.
Really?
Yes.
Welcome.
I think the state might disagree with you. Has the state disagreed with you on that point?
About me paying him cash? Yes, because there was nothing that was coming out of my account, but I paid him cash.
We're still on the state.
I had the cash on me.
This is the defense
During
attorney.
the trial, first trial, you were asked, do you know why it is that Charlie chose you out of all of his ex-girlfriends to call? I don't know why he called me. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, right?
I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Well, let's get to the second trial. Just like you're lying here to save yourself, right?
I'm not saving myself. I'm telling the truth this time.
Right, because now all of a sudden, after 8 years, you have developed a conscience. I think that's what you told the jury.
No, it's because the father of my children was on death penalty at that time on my first trial. So I couldn't give up. If it was just Charlie, like I said from the trial, go ahead and arrest him. Nobody ever did.
He didn't get the death penalty after the first trial, and he was convicted, right?
Yes, sir.
And by the time of his second trial, you had no reason to protect him anymore. He was done.
No, sir. He was under appeal.
Okay, just like you're under appeal now.
Yes, sir.
So what you said to this jury about 20 minutes ago is you said to this jury, I'm here today to tell the truth, and I want to get your exact words.
My God.
Because
Uncomfortable.
I want to do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it because you want to go home? And that's the only way that you could ever go home is to help them. That's the only way you can go home, by not being dead.
I was not promised anything. I'm doing this solely on myself. Clearly, you don't even see my attorneys in this room.
Let's talk about the second trial. Again, you lied when you testified that you didn't know anything about or were involved in the murder of Professor Markell, right?
Yes, sir. I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Ma'am, we've heard it. If you could just answer the questions. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
lie?
Yes, sir.
You lied when you testified that you knew nothing about Wendy Adelson's divorce.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't pick up money from Charlie's house on July 18th.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you knew nothing about stapled cash.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't bring the money to Sigfredo or Luis Rivera the next day.
Yes, sir.
You lied again when you said you worked as a personal assistant for Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
You lied repeatedly when you tried to discuss what had happened, what was being spoken at Dolce Vita, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, now let's talk about the lies that you told that the state didn't go over with you. Let's talk about your proffers, your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
So you were interviewed by the state twice in October and November 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, you met with them a couple times since then, right?
A couple times,
Have you met with them
After?
since? Yeah, after that point?
probably one time.
You met with Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask you about our defense during that meeting?
No, sir.
She didn't ask you about whether, for the first time, whether you ever threatened
No,
Charlie
sir.
Adelson? Now, when you met with them in October and November of 2022, this was after you got your life sentence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them first in Marion County Jail on October 11th, right?
Marion County Jail? No, sir. I've never been in that county.
You met with them in the jail. I got the wrong jail, obviously.
I've never met with them in any jails.
Where did you meet with them?
I
the
was
first time?
already in DOC
Okay.
in Lowell.
You met with them in prison.
Yes, sir.
Apologies. And the second time, you met with them at the state attorney's office, right? Here in
Fuck you.
Tallahassee.
Yes, sir.
And both times, Special Agent Sanford was there,
Yes, sir.
Investigator Jason Newland was there,
Yes, sir.
and TPD Investigator Sherry Bennett were there.
Yes, sir.
And they asked you questions.
Yes, sir.
And each time, you told them a version of events that was very different from what you said at your trials, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, during those 6 hours of interviews, you told them about 5 more versions, right?
5 different versions of it?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Oh, so you told them the same thing throughout the 6 hours that you met with them?
I believe so, but I think the first time you can't even visit more than 2 hours, so I don't know where you're getting 6 hours.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but let's look. The first interview started at 9:26 a.m. and it ended at 11:44 a.m., so a little over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
First interview. Your position right now, what you're telling this jury, is that the same thing you told them in the first interview, you told them in the second interview?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You believe so or you know so?
I know so. I believe so. I believe
You
so.
absolutely know so.
No, I don't, not verbatim exactly what I said.
Is it true that during the entire first interview, you said you had nothing to do with the murder?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
All right, well, we're going to go through exact quotes and we'll see if your memory can be refreshed.
Yes, sir.
By the way, during any of these interviews, did you give them any documentation, anything new, any text messages, documentation, WhatsApps, any new, as people call it, receipts? Did you give them any new evidence?
No, I'm in prison. I don't have anything.
It was just your words, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about what you said. During the first proffer, which was a little over 2 hours,
Yes, sir.
you raised your hand. They put you under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
And throughout the proffer, the agents, particularly Special Agent Sanford, kept on telling you that you have to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't believe you.
I mean, whatever his reasons are.
Was he
No.
frustrated with you during the interview?
Yes, sir.
In fact, 1 hour and 8 minutes into the proffer, he said to you that you were minimizing your involvement.
What is the objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I just like, I don't know. Excuse me. I was also thinking and reading at the same time. Um, I d- uh, uh, how do I put this? Considering how much Donna is obsessed with Charlie, I'm actually shocked that she never showed up. Or did she? Did she show up during any of this? Because I haven't seen her once. And at one point, Dan's mom gets kicked out.
So let's go back. Your position, what you've told this jury is you were completely consistent. You told the same story during the entire proffer, right?
I can't, like I told you, I can't remember verbatim what I've said from the first proffer and the second proffer.
Let's just talk about the first proffer.
Yes, sir.
Your view is that from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer, you said the same thing throughout. That's what you're telling this jury.
From the first proffer to the second proffer that I'm saying the same exact thing. I don't remember verbatim what I've said.
How about from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer? What you told the jury is you were consistent from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Is that still your testimony?
No, that I was consistent about it? No, because it was very hard for me to confess what I've done.
So let me ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that during the first proffer, for the first 1 hour and 8 minutes, you continued to say that you didn't murder Professor Markel?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
I don't understand your answer. So let me rephrase.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Isn't it true that for the first half of the first proffer, you denied participation in the murder of Professor Markel?
No, sir, I was telling him what happened and how my involvement in it.
So your position is that throughout the entire first proffer, you admitted that you participated in the murder of Professor Markel.
Yes, sir.
Judge, may I proceed now? Would it surprise you that 1 hour and 8 minutes into the first proffer, Special Agent Sanford said that you were minimizing your involvement in Professor Markel's murder?
Like he stated, I was minimizing it. It was hard for me to confess everything that I've suppressed for the past 7 years.
11 minutes later, he said that what you were telling him made absolutely no sense. Do you recall him saying that?
No, sir, I did not.
Oh, let me see if I can show you. Does this refresh your recollection that Special Agent Sanford said all of it doesn't make sense? I'll try it. Does this refresh your recollection of what Agent Sanford said?
Just the line that you highlighted?
You can read before and after to make sure I'm not doing lawyer tricks.
Yes, sir. Can
What a bad mom.
Yes, sir.
And I can say that. Like, I know I'm not a mom, but what a horrible mother. No, maybe just confirming what I
Yes,
thought.
Agent Sanford is saying that why am I not remember conversations, specific conversations? And I told him I can't recall those specific conversations.
Was he telling you that what you were saying didn't make sense to him?
I'm going to object to what Agent Sanford said.
When your baby boy is
Sustain, please lay the foundation to impeach
fighting for his
specifically.
life.
At some point in the interview, did he walk out on you?
Yes, he did on the second interview.
Yeah,
Wait,
okay.
you're
We're gonna
so
get to that.
obsessed
That's like
with
4 hours into your combined interviews, right?
I believe so.
Right. So you come back, and I think it's over an hour into the second interview. So actually, my math isn't great. It's like 3.5 hours into interviewing. Agent Sanford gets so upset.
Judge, I'm going to object to Agent Sanford's opinions.
I'll
or
rephrase.
actions or words.
He's withdrawing the question. Please move on.
Around 3 hours into these interviews, Agent Sanford decides to leave the room. Right.
Yes, sir.
He was frustrated with you, right?
I believe so.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Truthfully, during your first interview, you kept on saying all of these
She
things
was
were jumbled
loud.
in your head, right?
Yes, sir.
You said that about 11 times. Do you recall that?
I don't recall how many times I said it. No, sir.
She was
said
arrested after Charlie.
Eventually, 33 minutes into the interview, you said you arranged through an envelope that Charlie gave you, but that you never opened it for Sigfredo to rough up Professor Markel. Do you recall saying that?
Repeat the question.
33 minutes into the interview,
Yes, sir.
you admitted that you arranged through an envelope that Charlie gave you, but that you never opened
Yes, sir.
for Sigfredo to rough up Professor Markel. Do you recall that?
I've never said Professor Markel's name.
To rough up the deceased.
What do you mean by that? Can you explain?
You told them 33 minutes into the interview
Yes.
that Charlie had given you an envelope that you had never opened, that miraculously got to Sigfredo Garcia, and the purpose of it was to rough up his ex-brother-in-law.
No, because I didn't know what the contents of what was in the envelope, so I wouldn't have said that.
You said that somehow that plan had transitioned to murder. But according to what you told investigators, you never knew when that happened. Do you recall saying that?
Repeat the question again, sir.
You said that somehow the rough-up plan had transitioned to murder.
I never said rough up or any of those words. That's why it's confusing me what
All
you're
right, well,
stating.
let's say it again.
Yes,
You
sir.
said that somehow the plan had transitioned to murder.
She
But
used,
according to what you told
you.
investigators, you never knew when that transition happened.
I think it was a
Well,
public.
at that time, I didn't know.
At the time that you were
No,
interviewed,
not in my interview, but when it was happening, as they're interviewing me and we're going through the scenario.
I'm going to show you 186 to 187.
No.
You know what, I'll just move on.
Well, she certainly didn't get her money's worth. I can tell you that right now.
You told investigators during your first interview, 2 hours into it, 2 hours and 1 minute to be exact,
Yes, sir.
that you never spoke to Charlie about the change in plans,
I never spoke to Charlie about the change in plans.
meaning it going to become a murder.
I'm confused about the questions you're asking. Is this what I said?
Yes, what you said to these investigators just a year ago after you were convicted for life, didn't you tell investigators you didn't know it was going to be a murder?
When we were talking about this, like I said, it was hard for me to confess my involvement in this.
Right. So
Can you show me where I said this?
let's just go with what you just said.
Yes, sir.
So 2 hours into your first interview, when you said this, you still were not admitting that you had a part in the murder.
Yes, it was very hard for me to do this, especially that they came to me in prison where,
Right.
why are all these investigators coming in?
Okay, so we are now where we started, which is during this first proffer, just a year ago, under oath again, you refused to admit at first that you had anything to do with the murder, that you were a part of the murder.
Yes,
think
sir.
that's-
Yes.
Okay.
It's hard for me to admit it. Yes, sir, it is. It's still hard for me to admit it right now.
Okay. During your first proffer, 9 minutes and 14 seconds into it, do you recall being asked the following questions? And as you saw in trial, Garcia and Rivera made a trip in June. What can you tell us about that? Answer. See, like I don't even remember. I mean, obviously,
I love
like you're telling me to, like, remember from what I heard at trial, I learned a lot of things from trial. That's why it's so hard. And I want to say the right thing, but like, I don't remember them going up on a first trip. Do you recall saying that during this proffer?
I don't recall it. If you could show it to me.
I can't read. What now? God, her lawyer, her defense was so bad. It was so bad. That's why I just Googled, like, did she use a public defender? I think a public defender would have done a better job. It's one of the great things about our nation.
Does that refresh your recollection that you said that?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, there was a reason why the FBI
You
had
were
tapped
asked
her phone.
during your proffer.
So that's
on
all
page
they
68,
needed to hear.
I don't know how long into
to go
it,
in
probably
for
about a
the
third into it.
arrest.
Question, before that trip, you knew that Lewis was going to go with him on that trip. Answer, no, I never knew he was going with him. Do you recall answering that way?
Yes, sir.
You also said
Believe-
during that proffer, 63 minutes in, that you didn't know Luis Rivera was going on the second trip to Tallahassee. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
It was meant to be.
During that interview on page 83, you told investigators, this is just a year ago, that on the night of July 18th, you didn't know that Charlie's brother-in-law had been shot.
Can you show me that, sir?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, honestly, my money
Yes, because I'm emphasizing
is
I don't
on
know Dan
her
Markel.
not having called in the
You said that you didn't know that Dan Markel had been shot, right?
Yes, sir.
You told that to investigators a year ago, but that's what, on that night, you had no
That
idea that there was a
in a row.
shooting.
like
Yes, I was partly
Right.
denying probably still my involvement in it. This is something I've suppressed for a long time, sir.
Now, what's also interesting is when you described July 18th, you said Charlie was panicked.
Yes, sir.
You said he took his Xanax and you took his Xanax.
Yes, sir. He gave me.
You said that he was upset.
I never said he was upset. He was just frantic.
I think they found
Let's move on to the second
Google
proffer.
searches.
Yes, sir.
I could.
The second proffer was 6 weeks after the first proffer. You recall that?
This is when I came back. I came here.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you met with investigators for 3.5 hours this time,
If that's what it states.
from 10:06 in the morning till 1:38 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
At the beginning of the interview, you told investigators you didn't know why you were there, right?
Yes, I didn't know what I got pulled out for.
And 15 minutes into the interview, Agent Sanford left the room, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't come back.
No, sir.
During the interview, you recall being told that you weren't giving the state anything to make them want to do anything for you.
Repeat that question, sir.
Do you recall that during the interview, you were told that you weren't giving the state anything to make them want to do anything for you?
Who stated that?
Investigator Bennett.
Okay, yes, sir.
She was upset.
I mean, we were just talking about the same thing over again.
When she said that you had a real issue, right?
Hi,
Not
Mitchell.
that I can recall. What's the issue?
Well, if you didn't help the
He's coming
state
over.
and give them something that they could work with, there was only one way you were ever getting out of prison, and that's in a box.
Why do you keep
Exact.
stating
Yeah.
that, sir?
You're in jail for the rest of your life, right?
Yes, sir.
If the state doesn't help you, the only way you're getting out of prison is when you die.
But they never said they were going to help me. I wasn't
That's
promised.
That's
I
not my
wouldn't
question. What's the only way that you're getting out of prison if the state doesn't help you?
I'll die in prison.
She is going out on a. What did they call it? When you have
During
a
this
life
second
sentence?
proffer, they asked you, you mean to tell me that you had no clue that he came to Tallahassee? Answer, he told me he never told me he was going to Tallahassee. Do you recall saying that you didn't know that Sigfredo Garcia was going to Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. I never knew he went to Tallahassee.
You never knew Sigfredo Garcia went to Tallahassee?
No, sir.
Okay.
Did you know that part of the reason why Donna and her oldest child stopped talking, part of the reason she was mad at the area of medicine he went into? That literally, I'm not making that up. And then he married a girl that wasn't Jewish, and they stopped talking to him.
During these proffers, you never told the state about monthly payments, did you?
Monthly payments.
That Charlie was making monthly payments to you?
What, the checks from the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
They were aware of that.
How about the cash he was giving you every month?
He wasn't giving me any cash every month.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He wasn't giving you $2,000 of cash every single month that you're heard on the wires trying to accept?
No, sir.
He
Frodo.
was just giving you an Adelson Institute check?
Yes, sir. What would the $2,000 be for?
Before he gave you the Adelson Institute checks, you were getting $3,000 a month, right?
No, sir.
It
Yeah,
wasn't
you
until
heard
1
that
hour and
correctly.
13 minutes in the first proffer that you first admitted that you didn't work for the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes, sir. I lied about it.
In the proffer.
In the proffer, I don't know when I said it, but I lied in my trials about getting those checks from the Adelson Institute. So I said those were checks that I needed to show so that I can get insurance for my children.
You recall them asking you about a meeting with Charlie in the car before Dolce Vita?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you couldn't recall what was discussed?
Yes, sir.
You recall that during the second proffer, you told the state that you didn't know the police were at your door during the wire? And if you had known they were at the door, you would have let them in?
I don't think I mentioned it in that way, but they didn't announce themselves when they were knocking on the door.
In fact, aren't we going to see in the wires that you were hiding from the police?
I was not hiding. I was at home.
Weren't you hiding at home?
From what? I was working from home that day.
From what?
Weren't you making a bunch of phone calls to a lot of people saying the police are at my door? I don't know what to do. I can't answer the door. I'm afraid. Weren't you hiding from them?
Somebody was knocking at the door. They didn't state who they were. So I was calling Sigfredo and nobody was picking up. Then one of his coworkers finally called back and said that there's FBI over there speaking to him and he's going to come by the house.
And he came by the house.
Yes.
And you all discussed how you were going to stay hidden and not answer the door, right?
I didn't discuss anything. They just said that there was like an FBI agent or an agent outside. So I
And
just
you
never
decided
answered.
not to answer the door and let them in, right?
No, why would I let them in?
Let me make sure that we're being clear here.
Yes, sir.
Did you know that the police were outside your door?
I get it.
I didn't know who was outside my door. I didn't know until his coworker had stated that there was an undercover or an agent outside.
And after he stated that, did you know that there were police outside your door?
They were gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they knocked.
Okay.
And then they were gone.
You didn't stay hidden for over 45 minutes
No,
while
sir.
these phone calls are happening?
I was at home. I just didn't open the door.
Okay. During the entire first proffer and 2/3 of the second proffer, you never said that Charlie did it or ordered it. Isn't that true?
Not specifically, no.
Now, today you come in here and you talk about how on Halloween, Charlie asked you if there was someone who could hurt his ex-brother-in-law, right?
I stated that on the proffer.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
It took you a while to state it in the proffer, but I admit you did. It took you about an hour and 40 minutes. But today, that's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that you had only started dating Charlie Adelson about 2 weeks before Halloween?
Probably. We just started talking. I don't know specifically if it was 2 weeks.
Do you know that at the time of Halloween 2013, Charlie Adelson had absolutely no idea anything about your ex?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you recall text messages in November 27th of 2013, where you said to,
Objection, improper refreshing.
Sustained.
okay,
Please show the witness the document.
but let me ask some questions first. Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson didn't know about your ex until November 27th, 2013?
I wouldn't know, sir.
And even then, he didn't know much about him?
I wouldn't know.
Let me approach with, what number is it? Defense Exhibit 34.
May I see the items first?
You have it, text messages.
What am I looking at, sir?
These text messages between you and Charlie Adelson. Does that refresh your recollection that he didn't know about your ex until the earliest, November 27, 2013?
Yes, sir.
Halloween's in October, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talk about this letter and Charlie printing it up. In all the times in Charlie's house, you ever see him? Does he have a computer? He doesn't own a computer, right?
He had a little office in his house, but I don't know if there was a computer or not. I don't recall.
Do you recall during these interviews that the investigators kept on pushing you whether Charlie gave you money during the trips?
Repeat the question, sir.
Do you recall during these interviews that the investigators kept on pushing you, asking you a lot of questions about whether Charlie Adelson gave you any money before the two men took the trips?
Yes. And I answered them.
I know you did.
Okay.
And it took you 22 minutes left in the second proffer where you finally said he gave you a few $100s before each trip.
Yes, sir.
Repeat, repeatedly before then, you couldn't even remember that, right? You were confused as you said it.
No, I could remember it. It was just very hard when I was speaking, especially when I was speaking with Sergeant Sanford in the room because he was frustrated with me. So once he left the room, it was an easier conversation to have and I wasn't so pressured.
It was an easier conversation to have because, in fact, Investigator Bennett started to play the part of Katie Magbanua, right?
I don't know what you mean by that,
Well,
sir.
she started to testify for you.
No, sir, she did not.
It wasn't mostly her talking and you saying yes?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that it wasn't until an hour and 16 minutes and 31 seconds into the second proffer where you were still continuing to say that you didn't become aware that this was going to be a murder until sometime between the first and second trips to Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. I told you it was very hard for me to admit my part in all of this. I'm sorry.
So 4 hours into your proffers, you were still saying that you didn't know the first trip was for a murder. That's fair to say, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go on to a little different subject. You started dating Sigfredo Garcia just after high school.
Yes, sir.
By the time you broke up with him, you had been with Sigfredo on and off for more than a decade.
Yes, sir.
By the way, when you dated Charlie Adelson, he thought you were broken up with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
I was broken up with him.
Well, did you have sexual relations with Sigfredo Garcia while dating Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Charlie didn't know that, right?
I mean, that's not something I would tell him.
Now, you considered him to be your husband.
Yes, sir.
You met Charlie Adelson at work
Yes, sir.
at a place called Sophie Dental.
Sophie Dental.
Sorry, Sophie Dental.
Yes, sir.
And that was in South Beach.
Yes, sir.
And you started dating in the middle of October of 2013.
In the middle of October? No, we started dating before that.
When did you start dating?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was definitely before October.
If I told you, do
September.
you recall that your first date was at a restaurant kind of in the building?
I believe so, yes.
If I told you that the date of that was October 9th, would that refresh your recollection? Could
Yes,
that be
sir.
right?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Now, when you dated Charlie Adelson, he treated you well.
Yes, sir.
I think you said you didn't know he had money. You knew he had money.
I mean, he wasn't very flashy with it. I know he was well off.
He took you to nice dinners.
Yes, sir.
That was different than your past relationship, right?
I've been in nice dinners with Sigfredo.
Did Charlie treat you nicer than Sigfredo?
I wouldn't say that he treated me nicer at that time, yes, because I was going through a lot with Sigfredo.
Did Charlie ever lay hands on you?
No, sir.
Did Sigfredo?
We've gotten into arguments, yes.
One where he ripped off your necklace?
No, he's never ripped off any necklace
No?
of mine. No.
Now, at first, Charlie was the pursuer. Is that fair to say? He pursued you.
Yes, sir.
Over time, you became more serious.
I believe so.
And he made it clear to you over time, namely in the spring of 2014, that he didn't want anything different than casual, right?
I mean, I think we were both in agreement with that, yes.
But you had questions about it. You asked him, right?
I believe so.
And he told you, I like the way things are.
Yes, sir.
Now, Sigfredo came to know that you were dating Charlie, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during your second trial, you testified that you told Sigfredo about Charlie to make Sigfredo mad.
Probably.
You wanted to throw it in his face that you were dating a successful dentist, right?
That I was dating somebody, period, because I never really dated anybody after Sigfredo.
Sigfredo hated Charlie.
I mean, yes.
You told Charlie on one occasion, if you see him, run. Isn't that what you told him?
Not that I can recall now.
Is it possible that you told him that?
No, but he would be scared of Sigfredo, yes.
Sigfredo considered you the love of his life, right?
I believe so.
He made it clear to you that he wanted you back and didn't want you to be with Charlie, right?
It's not that he made it clear, but we were trying to work it out for our family.
Now, Charlie talks a lot, right?
Yes, he does.
And he repeats himself over and over.
Yes, sir.
Hate that.
As a traveling periodontist, he's in the car a lot for work, right?
Yes, sir.
And what does he do when he's in the car a lot? Talks on the phone?
Talk on the phone, yes, sir.
And he'd call you a lot on the phone, right?
He would at that time, yes.
And at that time, he would sometimes call you early in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
He'd call you sometimes in his breaks at work.
Yes, sir.
He'd call you late at night.
Yes, we were dating.
Exactly. He'd
Wow.
talk to you a ton.
Yes, sir.
He talks to his mom a lot on the phone too, right?
I believe so.
Well, you witnessed it, right?
Yes.
You would be with him a lot when he would talk to his mom, right? On the phone.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, you talk on the phone a lot with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, sir.
And that makes sense because he's the father of your two children, right?
Yes, sir.
That was a bitch.
Now, in 2014, you became aware of Charlie's family issues, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard him talking on the phone a lot to his mom, right?
Yeah, he's always talking to his
And
mom.
also when you guys would go out, as you know, Charlie likes to talk, right?
Yes, sir.
And so a topic of frequent conversation would be what he had just talked to his mom about, right?
No, he never told me what he was talking to his mom about.
No, so he never told you about the problems that his sister was having? He wouldn't recount those conversations that he was having with his mom?
Not when he's on the phone with his mom. Maybe if we're just, laying down or talking, he'd mention it once in a blue moon.
And you would ask him questions about it, right?
Not really.
He told you about this
That would
TV
be
was
my
cheaper than a
answer.
hitman joke many times, right?
Yes, he's made that comment before.
And he repeated it to many people, right?
Yes, sir, he has.
He makes a lot of bad jokes, right?
Yes, he does.
Did you ever tell him, Charlie, why are you making that joke when we're actually hiring a hitman? Like, don't you think that's a bad idea? Did you ever say that to him?
No, because feels like he's untouchable.
No, because you really weren't hiring a hitman. He didn't know he was hiring a hitman, right? That's why you didn't tell him that, right?
He knew he was hiring a hitman.
So when he made that joke in front of Professor Lacoste on March 11th at Yardbird,
That he made that joke.
yeah, you know he made the joke at that dinner, right?
I don't recall that. No, sir. Unless I was talking to Wendy and I didn't pay attention to what they were talking about.
Well, let's talk about that dinner a little bit on March 11th, just 6 weeks before the first attempt that in your proffers you didn't know about. You all ate outside on the patio,
Yes, sir.
and during this dinner,
I posted
you
the
and Wendy
name.
talked a lot about your exes, didn't you?
Not that we talked a lot about the exes. I always speak of my children, so I'm pretty sure I mentioned my kids and she mentioned her kids.
You didn't probe information from Wendy about her ex, and that's why you brought up your exes, your ex.
No, sir. I did not talk about any exes.
Were you aware that Sigfredo and Luis Rivera were sitting in a car scoping you out?
I didn't know that until my trial.
Now, the state showed you a picture of you on the beach with Wendy Adelson.
Yes, sir.
No discussion about a murder plot during that.
No.
The jet ski incident, was Charlie scared?
Yes, sir.
Were you upset?
Was Charlie scared?
Did it cause a whole string of text messages and fights between you and Sigfredo?
After that incident, yes.
You were afraid that Charlie was going to break up with you, right?
Not really.
Really, your text messages don't show that you were upset that Charlie might break up with you, that Sigfredo was trying to run your life?
Well, I was upset, but I didn't really care if Charlie was going to break up with me or not.
Wait. You were believable until that, hun.
Now, I want to take you to the week of the murder, and we'll start with July 14th. You had dinner with Charlie the night of July 14th, right?
Not that I can recall.
Oh, you don't recall having dinner with him the night of July 14th?
No, sir.
Are you sure you didn't have dinner with him the night of July 14th?
I can't recall. If you'd show me something.
Do you recall him working late and coming towards your house and meeting him at a place near the water on July 14th?
No, sir.
Well, let's do it this way. If you had dinner with him on July 14th, just 4 days before the murder,
Yes, sir.
did you pick up money from him at that point in time?
No, sir, because I don't even remember that dinner.
Assuming that the dinner happened,
Yes,
which I
sir.
think the state's going to prove.
Have you taken Xanax?
Did you pick up any money from him at that dinner?
No, sir. I don't even recall that dinner.
Fair enough. Do you recall having lunch with him on July 17th, the day before the murder?
No, sir.
Let me try to refresh your memory on this. Do you recall on July 16th that Charlie worked late and went out to dinner with Erica Johnson?
I can't recall.
Do you recall that you got in a fight with him that night because you thought he might be cheating on you?
No, sir. I don't recall it.
Do you recall that there are text messages in which you were upset that he was out so late? You don't recall that?
No, sir. Do you have something to show me?
I don't need to. Do you recall that he told you on that call that he had worked late, that he had gone out with Erica, and that he would have a lunch with you the next day?
I don't recall any of those days, sir.
Do you recall that on the call on that night, the evening of the 16th, it's actually the very morning of the 17th, it's after midnight, that you were adamant that you wanted to have dinner with him on the 18th?
No, sir. I
don't
don't
remember
recall
that?
any of those days. That's why.
You don't remember that, it's fine.
Show me.
The answer is you don't remember that, right?
No, I can't recall.
I get to ask the questions,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yes.
That's how this works.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Now, you went to lunch with him near his house. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
One moment.
Yes, sir.
He gets spicy.
Do you recall going to Vila's? It's like a Cuban Mexican place right by Charlie's house.
I know of the restaurant, but I don't remember the date when we went or, we've been there before. Yes.
You don't recall going there the day before the murder?
No, sir.
Nonetheless, if you had been there, you didn't collect any money that day, right?
No, sir.
Do you recall that during that lunch, you got in a big fight?
During what lunch?
The lunch on the 17th that you don't remember?
How can I tell you what happened if I don't remember the date and you're not showing me anything?
Let's talk about after the murder. One moment, Your Honor.
You're okay. I figured you were busy doing something medical. I asked the questions here. One second, guys.
Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson gave you $138,000 the night of the murder, not $100,000?
I never counted the money.
Isn't it true that you were paid $3,000 every month after the murder?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a terrible thing had happened? Your friend got an idea to do this. You didn't know anything about it, but you would help him?
Repeat that question, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a friend of yours had done this, that you had talked
No,
too
sir.
much, but that you would do everything you could to help Charlie Adelson?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you told him that if he ever went to the police, these people would do to him and his family what they had done to Professor Markell?
No, sir.
If the state proves that for the next 20 months you received payments, does the state have it wrong?
That I received payments?
For the next 20 months after July 18th, if the state proves, they're going to bring up a financial person who's
Yes.
going to show cash payments. When the state proves that,
Yes.
do they have it wrong?
No, because I deposited throughout every month.
The payments that Charlie were making to you.
No, what Sigfredo had given to me.
Is it true that you were the mastermind behind Professor Markell's murder?
No, sir. That was Charlie.
I'm sure it was.
I didn't have any information on Mr. Markell.
Do not volunteer information.
Yes.
Wait for a question, respond accordingly to the question.
I'm
But-
sorry, Your Honor.
By the way, on these wires that we're going to hear, you're repeatedly lying to Charlie, right?
Repeatedly lying about what?
Well, you're telling him that you're calling the undercover number, right?
Yes, I lied to
You never called the undercover number.
No, because I was telling Sigfredo to call that number.
Ma'am, let me ask the questions.
I'm
I
asking.
know you have an agenda, but let me ask the questions.
Objection, move to strike, argument.
The jury to disregard the last comment about any agendas. Please continue.
On those wires, you tell Charlie Adelson that you've called the undercover number, don't you?
Yes, I said that.
And you never called the undercover number.
Of course. Why would I call it?
You tell Charlie Adelson that you tried to call the number, but it's a non-working number. Do you recall saying that?
I believe so. Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes, we were all lying to each other.
You call, Judge,
He was responding to your question. You don't have to like the answer.
I actually love it. You didn't lie to Sigfredo on those wires, did you?
Yes, I did.
When did you lie to Sigfredo on those wires?
Well, he was lying to me, actually.
I asked a different question. When did you lie to Sigfredo on those wires? Give me one example of lying to Sigfredo.
You're right. I'm stating that Sigfredo was lying to me.
Ms. McBander, I'm going to ask the question one more time.
No, I didn't lie to Sigfredo.
You never once lied to Sigfredo Garcia on those wires,
Not that I can recall now.
but you repeatedly lied to Charlie Adelson on those wires, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
By the way, you and Sigfredo Garcia talked about how you needed to get a burner phone, right?
No, Sigfredo was the one who got the burner phones.
Okay. You and Sigfredo got burner phones, right?
Sigfredo bought the burner phones. Yes.
And you used a burner phone, right?
Yes, he advised me to do so.
Did you ever talk to Charlie Adelson about getting a burner phone?
I wasn't aware, but I thought he had one.
You told Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia left a voicemail for the undercover. You recall telling him that?
I believe so, yes.
That was a lie, right?
I believe Sigfredo did leave a voicemail to the undercover.
You think he did, or you think he just heard about the voicemail, that he actually never called the undercover?
If he said he did, he probably did.
Now, shortly after the murder, you and Charlie break up, right?
Yes, sir.
Like immediately after.
I don't know if it's immediately after, but we stopped, hanging out as much.
Now, you keep on saying that the state hasn't promised you anything, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're hoping that they're going to help you, right?
Of course, I want to see my children again.
Whenever someone calls me, my camera gets messed up. That's why I was like, ugh,
For your direct examination.
icing around. Okay.
Maybe I'll approach you with the text message exhibit that the defense showed you. Maybe I misunderstood, but is this text showing that the defendant found out about Sigfredo in November, or that Sigfredo found out about the defendant in November?
From the text messages, it's that Sigfredo found out about Charlie.
All right.
Hey guys, please make sure to hit
The
the thumbs
job
up
in this
button.
case, there's some question about, is it to harm, is it to rough up, is it to kill? What was the job?
It was to kill.
And you knew it was to kill?
Those exact words weren't mentioned, but
Did you
yes.
know that this was going to result in a death,
Yes, ma'am.
not a roughing up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know you don't, do you know precisely when you found out it was going to be a death?
No, ma'am.
But can you tell the story? It was definitely before the murder.
Before July.
And did Charlie Adelson know it was a murder?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
Did Sigfredo Garcia know it was a murder?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at any point?
She could be Judge Honest. She remained under the rule.
Very well. Please approach.
All right. Now we are going to. Nope. Nope. Hold on, guys. Man, it's difficult for me to read these because they're short. Come on now. Don't be shy.
Examination.
No questions, Judge.
You may step down.
I may end up having to edit this a little bit.
Please call your next witness.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
Okay. Yep. I don't think that they can show this guy's face. Maybe. Nope. They can. He just made me look like a damn fool on the internet.
Agent Sanford, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give?
I like
will be the
this
truth?
guy.
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Guess we'll have you reintroduce yourself.
Again, Special Agent Patrick Sanford with the FBI.
All right. I want to circle back to a couple questions I missed last time with you, and then we'll talk about the wiretaps in this case. In reference to Professor Markel, he was transported from the scene to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long he survived before he was pronounced dead?
Approximately 14 hours.
All right. And I want to ask you a few questions in reference to Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson advises that the Markels, meaning Dan's parents, have had unfettered access to their grandchildren. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How many visits have they had with their grandchildren, say between May of 16 and April of 2022?
I don't believe they've had any visits during that time period.
All right. And what about since then?
Maybe less than a handful. I can't remember exactly how many.
Does
Just a
3
few.
sound correct?
That sounds all right.
No, this is an FBI
After
agent.
Wendy got skewered at the first trial for not allowing any visits, she then allowed a visit, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and mischaracterizing testimony.
Overruled as to those grounds.
I'll rephrase that, Your Honor. When was the first visit that the Markel family had after their son was murdered with their grandchildren?
It was a few weeks before the scheduled trial of Catherine McManua because we ended up delaying the grand jury indictment of Mr. Adelson so they could meet.
For fear that if we proceeded with the indictment as scheduled, that visit might be canceled?
That's
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. And foundation.
To stay and that's the foundation.
You're probably right. All right, I want to turn your attention to Mr. Rivera. We heard from Mr. Rivera. Are you familiar with his role in this case?
Yes, I am.
And were you aware that Mr. Rivera chose to become a witness in this case
I am.
in exchange for a plea deal?
Yes.
Were you present when he gave his proffered testimony initially?
Yes, correct.
All right, did we learn anything new in the proffer with Mr. Rivera that we had not known as part of the investigation already?
We did.
And was one of those items related to Mr. Garcia shooting a hole in the rental car?
That's correct.
Had at the time that you were interviewing Rivera or taking this proffer from Rivera, had law enforcement already tracked down that particular Prius, the suspect vehicle in this case?
It had been sold previously and we tracked it down.
And upon that initial inspection,
car to
was
use.
this bullet hole discovered?
No, we were unaware of it.
After the proffer with Mr. Rivera, did law enforcement go back to look at the Prius to see if there was any evidence to corroborate what Rivera was saying about that particular item?
Yes, we did. We went back and took possession of the vehicle and got a search warrant and searched it.
I'm showing you state's exhibits 49 through 53. recognize these exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs taken when they reacquired the vehicle and conducted the search warrant and found the actual bullet hole going through where it went through and severed the gas line and it was repaired.
All right. Is there an accurate photos of the Prius upon that second inspection that was made by law enforcement?
That's correct.
All right. Moving to evidence 49 through 53.
Any objection?
No objection. Do we have
49 through 53 are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Hey guys, if you're enjoying this and you want to help out, if you could send this to your social media or someone you know, that would help out a lot. This is the lowest we've ever had in here
All right, publishing
in terms of
49.
views and numbers in like 3 months.
Is that just documenting the VIN number of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Publish 51. What does the rod show in the vehicle?
It shows the path of the bullet, where the hole is, and the path of which it traveled.
And is it in the passenger seat floorboard?
Correct.
All right. Publish 52, please. Publish 53.
Some
All
places
right, what
it
does
is.
this exhibit show?
This is the fuel line. You can see where it had been severed and had been repaired.
Mr. Rivera testified that he knew Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed. And that's why the killing had to happen on the day it did. Are you familiar with that piece of his testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And have we ever found any? Let me strike that. Have you had an opportunity to review Mr. Markel's Facebook?
I have.
Was there anything on his Facebook indicating that he was going out of town the day after he was killed?
No, it wasn't.
Have you had an opportunity to review the prof's blog that was provided by the defense in this case?
Some of it.
All right. And does the prof's blog provide specific information that would let these killers know that he was going to New York the next day?
There was just a reference to a conference that was being put on.
That Danny and I are going to a conference?
That's correct.
So someone else saying Danny and I are going to a conference that starts on X date?
That's correct. There was no other information detailing his travels.
And is that published in the form of like an alert, or is it just in a narrative of a lot of other stuff?
No, it was buried inside a lot of other stuff, inside of comments.
All right. I want to move on to The Wire. Whose phones were tapped in this case?
Catherine McManus and Charlie Adelson's.
How many phone calls were intercepted total?
Oh, wow. Thousands.
Have you reviewed the disk of calls that were selected and prepared for the jury's consideration in this case?
Yes, I have.
Are they all fair and accurate recordings of calls intercepted pursuant to the wiretap in this case?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would move into evidence states 108. It's a thumb drive containing the wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, other than our previous objection.
States 108 will be admitted at this time over objection. Go ahead.
May I confer with the opposing counsel for a moment?
Take your time.
Yeah, that's definitely not helping Mitchell, but at the same time, I usually get at least 5,000 views by the time I'm finished with a show. So the fact that I'm at like 32 views is alarming because they're not all over there. So, and I don't think it's a matter of like people in here not liking the stream. I think it's something's going on. I don't know. I'm going to have to make a change. I just don't know really what at this moment. I thought they were going to introduce
I'm sorry.
the phone call. That's what we're trying to hear right now.
Everyone can see it.
Okay.
We have an affirmative statement at this point as to any objections.
No objection.
Please bring the jurors in.
It's going to be 1:30 now, but I'll clear that up for them as well.
Hi, Patriotic.
Everyone can be seated.
It's been weird ever since I got back from vacation. I went from having like
You may continue.
60,000
Agent
per
Samper,
stream
I've made a mess of a couple things.
to nothing.
Can we circle back to the Wendy giving Dan's parents visitation question?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the email
That's just not right.
Dan's mother sent regarding the Jewish-run child services organization?
Yes, I am.
Between that time, May of 2016, and April of 2022, how many visits did the Martells have with their grandchildren?
As far as I'm, information I have is 0.
All right, so not unfettered access.
That's correct.
Okay, and since then, 3 visits, correct?
Correct. And that's my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next mess is this exhibit, which is now going to be 130, not 129 as I previously indicated, because we had already identified something previously as 129. So 130 is going to be the Dave call. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you're familiar with this particular call. It's call number 989 on the wire. Do you remember it?
Yes.
Okay. And this call was made on April 15th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m. Sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 130 and publish call 989.
Is there an objection as to states 130?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted at this time.
All right. And if we could just start at 8:56, please.
But I'm thankful for everyone that's in here right now.
All right. Can we pause it?
And
All right, so
y'all
Judge,
are
this
going to
may be the
get,
time to have the jury advise that they each have headphones and may make use of them. If they don't need them, that's okay. But if they want them, you have volume controls for everyone.
Members of the jury, please take your headphones if you wish to listen in that fashion. Where are the volume controls on the
They're
headphones?
in front, so the front row is going to have to tinker with it. Why don't we just play a minute of this as a test, and then we can back it up once everyone gives me a thumbs up on volume.
Because I'm in that demographic, I don't want to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, because of 40 people, I'm 37. I'm not asking her. Oh. I have done. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit, because there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them. Purposely do something. What's that?
All right, Judge, could we inquire as to if everyone is comfortable with that equipment at this time?
For everyone who is going to wear the headphones, do you have anything that you need to raise concerning them? All right, they're nodding their heads in the affirmative that the headphones are working and giving a thumbs up. Let's go ahead.
Yeah. The reason why I don't, the guy had a problem is that he was 22 and his friends. Like, where do you think it's going to be when, like, I mean, I would have, and the problem is too, it's like, she has to hear from me because I'm in that demographic, the guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you put a Victoria's Secret model in front of you at 37. I'm not asking her to date. Oh. Seems to know Charlie has unusual ability. Of course. I have done. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit, because there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them.
based on those changes, I should be killing it right now.
What's that? Yeah. The reason why I'll never tell someone you can't win a lottery twice, but I can tell you this: the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning a lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is that's what she needs to hear. She understands when I don't ever offend her, because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret bottle in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I can do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old's going to be 18, 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you want to yourself with a 50-year-old.
So that
I
she
get
can
it.
move
So it's
back.
what it is.
Wendy can move back to Miami.
I know.
Mom,
Of course.
Mom.
But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it saying, Wendy, in a million years I would date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, and that's fine. She knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms,
okay.
she gets it. She gets
friends. I know.
Don't tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility to kids who aren't his.
Right.
Like, and there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her because nothing's more fun to have a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you come home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
There's someone like him who's got to be someone who knows what it's like, could understand it, and it doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You never looked at the that crazy mom lives on the other street. The lawyer.
No, of course.
Okay. Ted Berman got divorced from his wife. He's engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took Warren Sapp. Football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend. So like, we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so he's engaged now to his new girlfriend. He's been forever. Okay. He has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know what, and I'm wondering if 2 that what. It's not. I mean, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, but we're working at somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to go home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kids parts of my dates? No, my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendy, it's Wendy and the 3 boys. 3 people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
But you know what?
He was told over logistics.
You get the gold ring, and I don't know if she's going to hit something on that.
Also, he was too Jewish.
She's such a great catch, she is. But they're not, but guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying, who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So, you can be a great guy. He doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out, too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but crazy about his boys. And truthfully, that's what.
That's why. Because show me that she can be a great guy. Those aren't his boys. He just doesn't like them. What is she going to do? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kids.
Tolerate the kids. He'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice boys on day 1, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. Right? He's going to the tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
Know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again. She's not only throwing it away, but herself, showing the way that she's got to do it again.
I was understand you could never say that to her. Well, you can. I could.
I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can tell you at the end of the conversation.
Look at him laughing.
If you were here, that's what I would do.
Yeah, you fuck it up good. And you fuck it up good and go, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently.
I know. Charlie, believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great, but considering everything she's been through, I would just like.
You know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the 2 of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can tell
I
you
really am. And I appreciate what you do because
I go.
Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say he wakes up? This is not the perfect guy for you, but it's the dad that he's with.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this. To begin with, like the thing, like to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I can listen to. When
and I can understand it. Don't like, wake up.
Trust me, I'm fucked. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her in the head and knocking her over the head.
Okay.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, but the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't date Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's not good and desperately wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, what? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto.
Right, so just to clarify, this call is, I guess I gotta wait to take your headphones off. This call happens 2 years after Dan Martell's death.
That's correct.
Did Wendy end up marrying Dave?
No, she didn't.
All right, what about, so we talked about the meddling in her financial decisions, her love life. What about her career? Do they talk about that as well?
They do.
And I'm referring to Donna Adelson and the defendant discussing Wendy Adelson's career decisions.
That's correct.
All right. Are you familiar with call 2873, also here on Exhibit 130?
Yes.
All right. And was that call made on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.?
That sounds correct.
All right. Permission to publish this call, Your Honor?
You may.
7:08.
I don't know if I told you this. I got Wendy to accept that job with Walker.
With who?
She told me she was going to accept, like after I got done working on the walk with her, she said she was going to accept that job.
You know, thinking about not taking it. I think
They both are meddlers.
But I said, Wendy, first of all, there's no time frame on it.
Right.
And if you change your mind, you change your mind. So, but you'll pick up skills you don't have.
Right.
And
That's right.
basically, now's not the time to just chill and be a guidance counselor at Miami. Like, you're way overqualified.
She can't hire anywhere because there's nothing there.
No, they offered her a job at UM. The dean called her up at UM.
Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah, but it would have been basically like as a,
Yeah, she's super qualified to be guidance counselor.
not a guidance counselor, an advisor or whatever it was. Like, she's like, no, it's basically would have been brainless work for her. She said the way she said even the dean called her up to ask her to take the job. But the thing is, like, Wendy, you have to get as much skill as you can now. If this is a skill you just got done telling me you don't really know how to do, now's the time to go learn that skill, not later. Right. You need to learn it. So at least you can learn it so you don't like it, you can learn it, you can make a bunch of money. That's the whole thing, is that she can, I'm like, Wendy, then you might as well do it to see if you even like it. She's like, well, it's not really what I like. But she's never done it. Right, but you've never done it. So you don't know until you take dentistry. Until you practice dentistry, you don't really know what it's like.
Exactly.
So I got her to do that. And the other thing I was going to tell you is she asked me if Dave could come to the house for Mother's Day.
Oh, she asked you.
Yeah, if I would mind. And I said, of course I mind. Don't bring him. I told her,
Where did she
yeah,
ask
bring
you
him. She texted me the other day. And I said, yeah, bring him. The more the merrier.
Why not? It's fun.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean,
I wouldn't care if you take the kids and her and Dee on the boat. For example.
Oh, yeah,
Like the pool, just to help.
we did. But yeah, no, I told her, of course, bring him. I mean, I'm sure you'd rather just her to spend the day with him than you anyway. I said that's Mother's Day present you could have given me. Could have spent the day with him.
You know what? I'm actually, I'm happy that you know I'm super happy.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Oh yeah, no, I thought that would that'd be your best Mother's Day present this year when he wants to bring Dave.
Yeah.
She's developing the brain.
Actually, that brain is right. And you know what? I have to walk away from the TV.
Why does she whisper like this?
So I said to her, then I said, I said, people be easy, hugging kiss. I said, that's what Reverend Chris always wanted to hugging kiss. And he said, I always do that with my mommy and daddy, and I did that with my children, and I do that with my grandchildren. So he said, yeah, it's like they and me. They're hugging and kissing all the time because they love each other. I said, yeah, I can tell. So, you can never hug anything in front of
No.
you. You know, once they have a mouth, they're not going to tell you everything.
Yeah. No, that's great. Listen,
I'm out of
Wendy
my
just
grade.
doesn't
1 second.
comprehend at all
By Harvey?
how lucky she is.
So she doesn't.
It doesn't like register in her head how lucky she is at all. At all. And not even like nothing. It's just, which is great. But at least she doesn't see herself as a victim anymore, which is great too.
I'm just happy to hear that she's spending more time with things. That's great.
Yeah, no, so she's
And if I think about it,
All right, let's move on to the bump. Was the bump on April 19th, 2016?
Correct.
What time of day was the bump?
I believe it was around 1:45, 1:50, somewhere around there
Okay, in the afternoon?
in the afternoon. Yes.
Were you involved in that operation?
Yes, I was.
What was your role?
I was the lead agent. Came up with brought the undercover down there, and I coordinated everything.
Okay. What was the purpose of the bump?
The purpose was we had just began the Title III on the individuals, and we knew it had been 2 years after the homicide, and we wanted to purport the undercover agent to pretend to be somebody that Luis Rivera knew. Luis Rivera was currently in prison at the time, had been in jail, was in prison, and we wanted to make it seem that Luis Rivera was talking to people and telling people what he had done, and possibly even want more money out of it because his family was struggling because he was in prison.
Why did you select Donna Adelson to be the recipient of this bump?
Because we noticed the pattern of calls leading up to the murder and around the time of the murder. The calls were always Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Catherine Magbanwa to Sigfredo Garcia and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order. So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line of people.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd like to publish Station 105, the bump video.
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Black shorts. What is it?
Pause it for just a moment. All right, so on the left side of the screen, we've got two different things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing, and it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium. That's the stairs coming from her condominium toward the street.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen, good, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Murdaugh for quite some time after your problem abroad has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuda. Well, this will explain. Thank you.
It is a little silly. If it didn't end such a bright legal mind's life, like you would never rent this movie, you know, like you wouldn't believe this would actually happen. It's neurotic. No, he gave her a piece of paper and was like,
Where
look,
does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the Icon back across the street.
And are those Wendy and Dan Markell's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're
we're going to watch the bump one more time so that you guys can, because I had to walk away, but I want you guys to be able to hear it because this is important.
all right. Let's move on to the bump. Was the bump on April 19th, 2016?
Correct.
What time of day was the bump?
I believe it was around 1:45, 1:50, somewhere around there.
Okay, in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, yes.
Were you involved in that operation?
Yes, I was.
What was your role?
I was the lead agent. Came up with brought the undercover down there, and I coordinated everything.
Okay. What was the purpose of the bump?
The purpose was we had just began the Title III on the individuals, and we knew it had been 2 years after the homicide, and we wanted to purport the undercover agent to pretend to be somebody that Luis Rivera knew. Luis Rivera was currently in prison at the time, had been in jail, was in prison, and we wanted to make it seem that Luis Rivera was talking to people and telling people what he had done, and possibly even want more money out of it because his family was struggling because he was in prison.
Why did you select Donna Adelson to be the recipient of this bump?
Because we noticed the pattern of calls leading up to the murder and around the time of the murder. The calls were always Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Catherine McManua to Sigfrido Garcia and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order. So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line of people.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd like to publish Station 105, the bump video.
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Black shorts. What is it?
Pause it for just a moment. All right, so on the left side of the screen, we've got two different things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing, and it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium. That's the stairs coming from her condominium toward the street.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, okay, bye.
This is why she wanted to move to Miami, because her mother could pick up her kids at school, and you know, she wouldn't have to take daycare.
Hey, Dylan, just want to give you this. Listen, good, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Murdaugh for quite some time after your problem on board that was off. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Murdaugh. Well, this was
Extortion.
Thank you.
Her taking that piece of paper confirmed what the cops were worried about. Or what the cops believed. So now she's screaming.
Where does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the Icon back across the street.
And are those Wendy and Dan Markell's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she goes.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but she didn't take one out and make a phone call.
She did not.
All right. When is her first phone call after the bump?
After she goes back into the Icon.
Okay. And the undercover references a name Katie, actually two names, Katie and Tuco. Was there a strategic reason why the name Katie was used?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell us what that was?
Yeah, basically, we believe that the Adelson family had been already in the public limelight because of the bad divorce. We believe they possibly could be
Let me back you up. Because of a bad divorce, they're in the limelight, or under suspicion for this murder?
under suspicion for the murder because of the bad divorce.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, and then so we felt like Katie couldn't. We felt like Katie's name had to be put in there to let them know that it wasn't a random person just trying to come and extort them. That it had some legitimacy to it because the person actually was in prison. He's the one who did commit the murder, and he was the one that we wanted to portray that he was providing information to other people about the homicide.
And who is the first person that Donna Adelson calls after this bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce 124. This is a wire call summary that I've created to assist the jurors in following along with these wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
124 is admitted at this time.
And Judge, I've marked one copy for evidence. Would it be permissible to pass out copies to everyone?
When you
to follow
want
along?
something done
Pretty sure
right,
the
you
defense
do
did
it
it.
yourself.
Yes,
You
sir.
know, it's kind of that mentality. They involved too many chefs in the kitchen. It was messy. Oh, I've never heard of that saying, but that is a great analogy. Kind of morbid, but a great analogy. I don't tell people things. When I say that I will keep a secret, I take it to my deathbed.
All right. And Judge, for the jury's purposes, will they be able to make notes on this and take it with them, or do they need to make their notes separately?
Defense have any objection to the jurors writing on the summary and taking it with
Not at
them?
all. It's a great idea.
Well, that settles the matter.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I will ask to publish what's marked as call A on the, have I introduced this? Let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay, and they're already in. So this will be call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
who has found tonight after work or some other firm in the very near future and needs to do with me.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I'm going to figure out something. You can tell it that we where you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Fine's office. I'm in Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the town of Chile. I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their, they finished their piano lesson around 4. She makes, the traffic at the end, they take a ride with them up there.
Did Dad know about it?
No, that's the work first, fortunately.
What's IRS?
You know, there's a lot of people that kind of bother you sometimes, but, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you, I'll give you the heads up if I'm going to start off that way.
Alright.
Okay? And,
Is when you know that? Is it about when?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and,
Is there help with that?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So we probably have general idea what I'm talking about.
Alright.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and keep it great for what we can.
You didn't take a look at that?
Well, then he doesn't come home. He doesn't get here till about 7 and some guy gets here.
So it's already talking today.
Today or tomorrow, and it's important.
Alright. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Fine's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really late.
I'm just concerned that we have to get up there and get back in time for them to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier than more. Coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork check on?
I see that, that's right. I was something that came hand to hand to me. I like it go down today.
She's so difficult to understand unless you're reading.
I know, not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. If he goes in at 1 o'clock, we both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
But whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS. But
I just would like you to review it and give you some input as to what your thoughts are.
Alright.
Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12
Oh,
And if he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there. So
yeah, they were keeping it from Harvey.
that would be great.
Perfect. Alright, I'll talk to you later.
I'd love to come by.
All right, so we've got, seems like we're picking up mid-stride there a little bit, like we might have missed the first couple words. Can you explain if that's true and why that is?
Yeah, it could have been a couple reasons. Technology missed it, or it could have been that the officer picked it up and hit the record button a little bit late, just after a few seconds.
All right, and in this call, does Donna Adelson, the thing she was handed at State's Exhibit 78, right?
That's correct.
Does she ever mention to the defendant
How could you not hear or see
your name, Dan
anything?
Markel?
No, she does not.
Or Danny?
No.
Gibbers?
No.
All right, we've established that the undercover did say the name Katie to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Does Donna Adelson say the name Katie to the defendant?
No, she doesn't.
What does she say?
She says a girlfriend.
Who does she say this matter involves? Not Wendy, right?
Right, not Wendy. The
Who
two of
does she
them.
say?
The two of them.
The two of us,
Two of us.
meaning herself and Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Is there another call where the defendant calls Mrs. Adelson back shortly after this?
Yes,
And is that the next call on the wire?
it is.
How long after the first call is this call that we're about to hear called B?
From my memory, a few minutes. I mean, I could look.
You
further
can
notes.
look on the
Okay.
wire call
Um,
summary in front of you.
2:09. It was 5 minutes. The call we just listened to was 5 minutes long, a little over 5 minutes. This call's at 2:35.
Okay, so less than half an hour.
Correct.
All right, publish B, please.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the sun pass?
Yeah.
I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance?
No.
just like, I'm gonna just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that it's actually true that they can do what they said about putting it in the lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And
So I'll do that now.
then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write wherever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
Was it another bad review on Yelp?
There's reviews come in. Sometimes they're not bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right.
No one's
whatever
dead.
it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress about too much.
Okay. It's probably nothing.
Yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly to have the day off.
Okay. So I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, then I have that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. I should bring cash. I don't have much cash in work.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here. Okay.
Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Yeah, that's a good possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
Idiot.
No. That's crazy. Is there I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I could see you? You can't come up here at all.
It's going to be difficult because I'm essentially the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15, and even if I came up there and got there at 5:15, it would still be tough to necessarily get back here in time for when you pick them up.
Was this? Can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like a whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that.
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
That's a pretty good idea. But let's talk later. Either I would like to. I have to try to get to you today. I will definitely. I don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them. You might know how to run the
Is it so? Whoever sent you a letter sent you an anonymous letter. Did they sign it?
They can't do everything.
So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
That's what I did.
You idiot.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, I made a right, and I put that driveway at the icon.
Right.
And I walk in about 5 feet, pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the boys next to me.
Right.
And just because I was sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, so let's stay right here then, okay? Let's stay right here. I'll look on the computer once I finish it, okay? So, yeah, it's amazing. So we exactly where I was. Go be done.
And he came over and handed you. Was it a young guy, an old guy?
Probably the 30s. I didn't forget that big.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Charlie's like,
I can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about going back here in time and, when we say where are you? I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, you have to get into stuff with insurance. And that's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. And I don't know.
Usually better just keep it on, small, that's what 15, 21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's it. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I wouldn't do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
How long was the letter?
It's just a copy of the photo, but it's not what's written in the letter. That's what's written in the copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think it should.
I mean, it's kind of thing. If there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But But anyway, let me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, let me. Well, I don't mean it's people right. You gotta go first. But let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
It won't be the first time I've been threatened.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'd like to just see what you think. I mean, that's right here. Right up to him. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be my idea. Okay.
Okay. You got it.
I'm going to get the boys a little bit. Okay.
All right. Yeah. No. Come down and see you.
Yeah.
So, all right. If it's something serious, I'm going to recommend going to the police. So.
Oh no, I know. That's what I'm saying to do.
So, all right. Sounds good.
Let's go tomorrow. Okay.
All right. You got it. Love you.
Love you.
Right, chosen. Well,
Does Mrs.
maybe
Adelson mention Dan
it's
Martell?
free for me
in
to
this
do
call?
a
No, she
stream
doesn't.
from the pool.
There was mention
So
of going to the police. If
I
there was a
gotta do
threat,
that.
we're going to go to the police. Did anybody go to the police?
No.
And again, does Mrs. Adelson in this call ever mention the name Katie or Catherine Magdanoa?
No, she doesn't.
Who is the first person that, oh, I'm sorry, we've got one more call between, does the defendant call Donna back one more time?
He does.
All right, and is this the same date?
It is.
Okay, what time does this third call happen?
It happens about 3 o'clock, about 15 minutes after the last call.
All right.
I'll
Published
work every
series.
10 minutes for $100. $100 is $100. Extort me all you want.
Hey, John.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. But one thing I was going to tell you, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a paper?
No, didn't hand it right away. First to me for a while, and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't hat sunglasses or
No.
For the pool, not for the twerking.
Describe them to a T.
what's that?
You can describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry? Or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
I may have to, but I'd rather talk to you first,
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So,
That's why you just want me to sleep because I don't want, your father upset. So,
don't say anything to dad, take a look at it, your dad's probably up there.
absolutely.
On everything.
That's why I suggested, after we go to it tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's clear what responses.
What did, can you ask you, what did they ask for?
I don't know, the TV was probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you?
Me for every
Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Okay, your turn. Look at going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll
If you want to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon. I'll take a look at whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever
Okay.
someone said.
We'll go for a walk on the beach.
Oh, vacation is
All right,
definitely what
All
happened.
right, sounds good.
Love you too, honey. Bye-bye.
And my internet was shit on the boat.
In this call, does the defendant tell his mother, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place?
He does.
What is the significance to your investigation of the reference to a TV? This TV is probably about 5.
He had made statements. Like Wendy Adelson made the statement that he had offered to have a hitman hired early on, but thought it would be cheaper to have a TV, to buy our TV as a divorce present.
All right. And what about the use of the word 5? This TV is probably about 5.
And the 5,000 is what was written on the paper that the undercover had provided.
All right. In this call, was an ex-girlfriend mentioned? Or the term ex-girlfriend?
Yes, the term ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Was it ever said up to this point, whose ex-girlfriend?
No.
The name Katie or Catherine Magdanoa at all?
No.
And does the defendant, in this case, has evidence revealed he has a lot of ex-girlfriends?
That's correct.
It's not a bad idea.
Who is the next person that he calls after these? We've got 3 calls with his mother.
Catherine McVanwell.
I didn't mean to put
Publish D,
again.
please.
Sorry. Old men and women 65 and up are my niche audience. it was definitely the algorithm.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, are you someplace you can talk to?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to?
You can talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you get some sort of that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't get you
Oh.
loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to her now. I can't even talk to get outside. All right, let me turn it off. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay.
Hey,
Can
Charlie.
you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay, I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on, but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story, and I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
If she didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it,
Yeah.
and she really wouldn't go into detail. And I have no idea what this is in reference to, but something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
I am ancient enough that I have this on my back right now. Not on my neck, on my back. But $100 is $100. And I don't expect that. I'm just saying, like, girl, I was looking up at these walls to see if I could do like the handstand twerk. I might injure myself in here. Might have to be inside.
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving IRS or a payment or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I don't even know if you want to talk to me on the phone. Like, well,
But like, was she like, you should have like,
oh yeah, that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, right. You're like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see the person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today. You don't get to work for that fucking time.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So was you like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on with my mom's mom. You didn't do anything with my mom. Yeah.
What I do with my mom?
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know.
No, but I feel sorry for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
random person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like.
I don't know what you mean,
rattled
maybe.
With the kids, and was like, listen, just I should have had the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow, talk to her, and then I don't remember if anything to do with it. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does it mean? Yeah, like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, fuck, it could be anything. So I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But
Yeah, I would feel bad for your mom. Like, what the hell? Like, I thought that was me. We were like, calling right away. Like,
I know. I did mom with the guy wearing hat, glasses. I was like, no, I can take the person out of line in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in the 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and who she was. Addressed her. So, but anyway, either here or there, I feel like an idiot if it was some other ex. But anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Womanizer.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
All right. What time you finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I got to get back in there. I'm going to be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm going to talk to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there. So.
So figure somewhere around 4, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries. You know.
All right.
Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
In this call, we hear Charlie Adelson say that the undercover mentioned something about her son, meaning that the undercover mentioned something about him. Did the undercover mention anything about Charlie Adelson?
No,
Anything about Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend?
not in those words. No.
He did say the name Katie and
Correct.
Tuto, correct?
Correct.
But didn't specify your son's ex-girlfriend, anything like that.
That's correct.
In this call, we hear the defendant stating that Catherine McDaniel was his last ex-girlfriend, and that's why he's calling her. Is it true, based on the evidence that was collected in this case, that Catherine McDaniel was in fact his last ex-girlfriend?
No,
Okay, so he had other girlfriends in between Catherine McDaniel and the bump,
that's correct.
including who?
Whitney Kick.
Okay, did he call Whitney Kick at all on the wire?
No,
Did he ever call any other ex-girlfriends other than Catherine McDaniel about this matter?
not about this matter. No.
All right, I want to go to the next day, April 20th, 2016. Do we have a meeting that occurs that day?
We did.
All right, and Charlie and Donna have discussed we're going to meet in person. We don't want to talk on the phone. Did that meeting take place on April 20th?
It did.
Where did that meeting take place?
It started inside their building, but they walked out the back of the building of the Icon where Mrs. Adelson lives. They walked out the back of it and then walked down the sidewalk, which is a marina right on the water of South Beach. There's a marina right behind their building. They walked down that sidewalk along the water, and there was a restaurant just down from their condo, and they stopped behind that restaurant at a little table and sat at the table right by the water.
Is that restaurant Monty's on South Beach?
That's correct.
What time of day did this meeting occur at Monty's?
Approximately 1 p.m.
How long was the meeting?
About 30 minutes.
Were you present for the meeting?
I was.
And can you describe sort of their demeanor or what they were doing at the meeting?
They walked very closely to each other, went and sat kind of next to each other. There's a little round concrete table. They sat next to each other, and they were kind of leaning in intently, talking to each other, very low voices.
Were there any attempts made to record what was being said at that meeting?
Yes, we did try to record it.
Okay. What were the results of those attempts?
We were not able to get close enough to them. They were isolated across the sidewalk next to the water, and we weren't able to get close enough to them to be able to capture any audible conversations.
How close did agents get? Did they have bags similar to the ones that were previously described, like recording devices in bags?
There were recording devices in bags, yes. And we were able to get, I think the closest we were able to get is maybe 20 feet from them.
All right. And was the recording from that, was the expert that we heard from earlier, McElveen, able to get any audible words out of that recording?
Not from those recordings, no.
Okay. Was there a photograph taken at this meeting?
Yes, I took a photograph.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 54 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Man, I really wish I wouldn't have given up smoking right now.
Once this meeting concluded, what is the next phone call that occurs on the wire?
Charlie Adelson calls Catherine McDaniel.
All right. And so what time did that call occur?
Can I refer to the
You may.
short? It occurs at 3:14 p.m.
Okay. And in this call, are they just giving directions to each other to meet up?
That's correct.
All right. And is that the Dolce meeting?
It is.
Okay. What is Dolce?
Dolce was a pizza sandwich shop. They was next to her business where she worked. It was in a shopping center. They met first in a car, and then they walked into Dolce and sat inside of the restaurant and talked.
Right. And we've heard about the efforts to record the meeting as well as the clarification.
Okay.
Was the clarification that McElveen did put onto the Mo Better video that came from the other recording device in the restaurant?
That's correct.
Okay. And have we also got, for demonstrative purposes, the transcript that will play along with this recording and audio?
Yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence
I'm a
composite
tourist.
exhibit 111.
Any objection to 111?
And I do
Not
have
that
two
I
separate
believe in
exhibits,
it.
Your Honor. I have 111 with a star, which is our demonstrative. We can call that 111A or demonstrative D, whatever's Your Honor's preference.
Just make sure it's marked as demonstrative.
Yes, sir. And then we've got 111, which does not have the transcript included.
Right, Mr. Rashbaum.
No objection other than our prior objections.
Very well. 111.
No
is admitted.
objection besides
I'll also
everything
give
else.
instructions that the state and defense desire concerning these recordings as well.
Yes, sir. This is about a 40 to 45 minute recording. So for your planning purposes, we can do that and then break for the day, or we can, whatever Your Honor wants.
We'll break for the day then after it's published.
Okay.
Members of the jury, you are about to view a video recording. I'm going to instruct you that the subject shown or speaking before the recording starts, and certain portions of the recording are inaudible. Like other recordings, you may determine this recording's context or lack thereof based on what you are able to hear. I'm going to give you a second instruction now concerning the same recording. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper
Not
evidence, and you may
read on and
consider
never
them
show
just
that.
as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear and not what you read.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
And Judge, for this is the recording that's more difficult to hear, so I would ask that all jurors use the headphones for this particular publication.
Members of the jury would all put on your headphones at this time if you have not been using them already.
This is the worst one, unfortunately. I think this was like a new agent.
If anyone needs to adjust the volume, we'll restart it a couple times to make sure everybody's got it correct.
For what, Chosen? Please, YouTube, don't unmonetize me. We can do No, it wasn't. Absolutely not worth it.
at the scene. Not in the car, because the fact is, like, let's say you just have my car, right? And then I go ahead and I drive, and I go, I did what I did in my car, he got out, and he did this whole crime. Okay, they come and they see, he was my car. You had an opportunity, got me, they got out of the car, it has nothing to do with you, that is just. So, even if I can prove, yeah, he can't cheat, I can cheat, I'm saying you got an car, yeah.
Like this, and I think it's awful. So I apologize to the three of you that are like watching, but I'm gonna switch it. Okay. It's like, it's all like this. It's just so annoying.
Hey, honey, how are you? I'm sitting watching the boys at their tennis clinic. They have it in wonderful. Yeah, I was concerned because they think they don't even show the private lessons, but they're having fun, because, you know, there's 6 kids on the court, so, you know, about the same level, they're having fun with that. Great.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. So, how's it going?
Good, just coffee with friends. And, it's good, mentioned that, we,
Everything, yeah, everything's fun.
yeah, I mean, just fucking around with relationship advice, so.
Oh, okay.
Can I read it? No.
Tomorrow, actually, too. Yeah, go back to work. So I think she's gonna come, maybe to my office tomorrow or her office. I gave her some advice.
Yeah.
She's just thinking on it.
Okay, okay.
So.
Is it difficult to hear?
No, they're not, they're not.
So, that's it. So, I'm fine. It's
No.
without a doubt. Yeah, no.
That's an art to hear and repeat something.
Yeah, if you want, you can always go into the upload. You can hang out that tomorrow, but.
There we go.
Yeah, tomorrow, yeah, that's tomorrow. So on Thursday, yeah, no, yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff for these holidays, getting dinner ready. So it's very easy, a lot of cooking. Have those work holiday cook for it. That's not easy work.
Here.
Already 10 losses a week.
It's probably like, no, it's like, well, it's only us.
No, it's better when it's like this.
So deep in the lobster talking. Okay. All right, so here Mr. Adelson indicates he just had coffee with a friend. Who is the friend?
Catherine McManus.
Does he say the name Catherine McManus or Katie to his mother in this call?
No, he doesn't.
In fact, does he say the name Katie to his mother ever on the wire in all these calls we're going to hear?
No, I don't believe so.
He says he gave some relationship advice. Did you hear any relationship advice being given on the Dolce Vita recording?
I didn't.
All right, he tells her everything is fine. Did you hear on the Dolce Vita recording Mr. Adelson threatening to possibly kill somebody else?
I did.
Publish G, please. Before you start it, we're still on April 20th, right? Well, I guess we all have the sheet, but April 20th, G, do you have your sheet?
I do not.
Okay, I'll get you one.
That was the exhibit, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
April 20th,
Correct.
same day as the Dolce Vita,
Recording correct.
day after the bump.
Correct. Day
Okay.
after.
All right, publish G, please.
I had joined up, I had just schedule it for Monday.
So, there's I hung up my friend and then she's gonna sleep on some stuff and then she's gonna come, tomorrow either my office or a fancy office and come out. Yeah,
Yeah.
So, so I'll talk to her tomorrow, which is that's a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You think she'll be okay?
yeah, I told her, I mean, like I decided to do. So, you want to do it?
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
go
Yeah,
to.
that's fine, you can. Fine, all right, Charlie, I'm not with all.
What is it? Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. No. Okay, so Dad, okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because, I like to have a good night's sleep. So,
Yeah.
I won't get it.
I'm really not worried about it. Yeah, no, without a doubt, it was-
Okay.
it's, don't worry about it.
No.
No.
Yeah. The moment everyone has been waiting for. This idiot takes a stand. Frodo, you can do it. Come on.
Good morning, members of the jury.
An
Everyone
idiot.
may be seated. My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we provided to you. It's been a long trial, so you are entitled. Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
We're only going to get through the first half of his testimony. The
Charlie, let's
second
start with
will
the most
be
important question.
tomorrow.
Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markell?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanowa to have Professor Markell killed?
No.
Now, before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
And by the way, are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
My whole life depends on it.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother, I wasn't real close with. My sister, I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got to high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Terraville High School.
Was school easy for you?
Why
not really.
did he
I had
lose
to
all
work really
his
hard
money?
to get good grades. And
How?
I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college,
Internet scam?
what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school. And then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in-house. So they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I traveled from office to office.
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you travel to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
The time frame of 2014, when Professor Markell was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
When you graduated, where did you live?
when I graduated Perio, I lived in an apartment across the street from school.
No.
And I bought my house. I still lived in 16 years or 20 years later after that
And that house is where?
on Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of 2014, can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I never turned any work down. So I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in Eastport, St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port St. Lucie is probably about halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando. Yeah.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock. And then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback and I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office. And I'd usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office. I would tell them I could stay as late as you need. And then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue. I would come into their office. I would just say, just have an assistant stay. And when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days. And I would say 20%, 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week. And then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case and my whole week was booked up and the patient needed something and it was hours and I didn't have time. So that office would open up on Sunday and I'd go in on Sunday to do the work.
For the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I worked for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say, just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were $100, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person. So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash just for the materials for the work that I did on them. And that was really just when I was doing favors. And it was sporadic. Sometimes more than others, depends on the month.
Wow.
By the way,
what a
backtrack
great
little bit.
job.
Growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids and she still worked as a substitute teacher where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school, college. My mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and also did front desk with Erica.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office. I would say every 4 to 6 weeks, and I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15 and stay as late as I needed to, 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
But originally, or when we changed it to?
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay. Now, growing up, did it have that name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
How many people worked at the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there. And
your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
My mom and Erica did the billing.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I would always have. But I didn't like the idea of it being sold. So I bought it for my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 14, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame
Thank
of the
you,
wires
Maggie.
in 2016,
Thank
who
you
owned the
very
practice?
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
because I didn't have any time to run it. And even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books, and they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially. It wasn't feasible. There wasn't a benefit.
I want to talk about cash a little bit. Do you like to collect cash?
I always have, yes.
Why?
It probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would save it up, and I just like the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it than put it in the bank. So whenever I get cash, I always saved it up.
Now, were there several ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, it was.
Did you have a real estate business, or some real estate in 2014?
In 14, yes.
Okay. And would you accumulate cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006, and it's been rented ever since.
And how would you be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
Were there other ways that you would accumulate cash over the years?
From whenever I did work on someone as a favor, and they were just paying me for the materials, I got paid in cash on that. And probably the biggest source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And once you had this cash, what would you do with it?
Whenever I had $1,000, I would staple it, and it was a packet. So it was really, I stapled it because it was just being saved. I wasn't spending it. I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Where would you put the cash?
I put it in my safe.
I'm going to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, did you make a lot of money the first couple of years?
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I was probably making $350 a year.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made between, I think, around 850 to 900,000.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
Have you ever been married?
No.
In the time frame of 2013-14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
During this 2013-2014 time frame, how would you succinctly describe your lifestyle?
Work came first. I worked my whole life to get to where I was. So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single. So I worked. I'd go to the gym late night, and I'd probably go out one night a week, usually on a Saturday night when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
I've got one son.
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an adult. Fair to say you're close with your mom and dad?
I never knew that.
As an adult, how often would you talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom a lot more often, just because my dad was always working. But I talk to my mom every day.
Once a day or multiple times?
At least once a day, but most likely probably twice a day, because there was always usually one thing was a personal thing and one thing was something having to do with the office or scheduling or something like that.
During the 2014 timeframe when you owned the office, did your mom work for you?
You can say that. Yeah.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook in the house.
Now, was there any particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was, really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved, because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I mean, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff in my life, but it was my life. I mean, I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're going to get to this later, but how involved was your mom in your sister's life?
I think she was more involved. I think my sister involved my mom maybe more, and it just depends on different issues.
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendy. As adults,
I had no idea he had a kid.
Before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days or so. I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't really good with the phone. So I would call her, and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up.
How often would you see her? Again, pre-marriage. How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays, like every 3-4 months. You know, Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I was here.
There came a time when Wendy started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I think he was a nice guy. I mean, he kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them. And she kind of seemed like the rest of them, but I that was pretty much it.
Now, after they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. I mean,
Did you see his dad?
Birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I mean, I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
That was his dad.
And how often would you see him and your sister?
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
That's his mom.
I'd only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama, I had a research fellowship, and I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them, and I saw him that time too.
When Professor Markel and your sister were married, did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less, because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than not, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple days later. So it was pretty similar.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Wendy and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
What did you learn?
I took my sister out to dinner when she had come to town, and we went to the melting pot. And I remember her telling me that they were having issues, and it was pretty serious. Did
she tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah. That's what I found out. Because that's what I was going to say, is like, if you tried to work things out. And that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you remember, that she told you they were having?
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her. He obviously seemed like he'd lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she'd lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
No, he was very attentive to his sons.
Did you learn at some point that your sister was going to file for divorce?
I did.
And when you heard that she was going to file for divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced. But she seemed like she spent 6 months in therapy with him, and it didn't change anything, how she felt, and he didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, the kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, you can't have fighting. You can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy. You need to have, the kids are better off growing up in 2 separate households where there's a positive environment instead of negative.
Did your sister seem angry to you?
No, she seemed sad.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings.
Sorry.
On the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning or driving home. I would hear the latest update of what's going on. But I would say probably 20% came from Wendy and 80% came from my mom.
How did Wendy seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely stressed, very stressed out.
How did your mom seem?
She was upset because my sister was stressed, and it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, and my mom would be venting to me.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and it seemed not to end.
Tennis racket.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation. Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids. And my parents lived in South Florida. I lived in Fort Lauderdale, and she wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel about the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida?
I thought it'd be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995. So I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
Wow.
It wasn't real important to the point like I thought about it all the time, but I mean, if I
Guys, it was a 2-hour and 16-minute drive from Fort Lauderdale to Cape Coral. So it wasn't like Charlie was living next to his parents, which he probably did by design now that I think about it.
thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was it to your mom and your dad?
Oh, to them, it was very important. They wanted her to come back because she had no family in Tallahassee.
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markell thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied for relocation?
Yeah.
And when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No, it didn't change anything in my life.
Now, we've seen some emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I did, yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written, back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff. Sure.
Did you come up with any of those ideas?
No.
Now, on some of those emails, we'll see that you respond, I like it. Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever going to follow through with, but I thought that it would really push his buttons. So I thought, why not give it a shot?
Now, I want to talk about the $1 million offer. Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself, to offer Professor Markell money to allow your sister to relocate?
Probably killing me because this is where I'm
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys, and that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. And that was the idea behind it.
Now, how were you involved in this idea?
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help, and I will pay a third of that $1 million. And when Wendy one day starts making real money, she's able to, I want to be paid back.
At this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Did you or your family ever speak with an attorney about the legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought it was made and I thought it was turned down.
Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
Yes.
I still can't believe
How would
he
it
has
come
a
up?
kid.
It would come up when people would say, doesn't your sister want to move back home? How's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her, and it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit, but did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. Is it came up when she was asking me about, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, we tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work. It's the same thing I said to her as what I said to a bunch of people.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She's like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Okay. Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during her divorce.
That's wild.
In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendy during the divorce?
No, she never asked. I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, Did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did you
Yes.
give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts. Of course.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any, only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, "What does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place?" And she said, "Actually, she's leaving the TV set. She needs a TV set for the house." So I said, "All right, fine." I said, "Go to the store up there, and go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it." I said, "Buy it, and I'll give you the money."
Now, do you recall making a joke that buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
What happened was, like, when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead. And I said it as a complete joke, and it was stupid, but I do that a lot.
Did you make that joke to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke. It was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine McVanoa?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
Are you aware that the divorce proceedings settled in July of 2013?
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and she I think she was just looking. I think she was happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be a little brief areas of calm, and then I think he kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Oh,
Was your mom upset?
hello.
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk. I mean, there were stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her. I thought he was just being a jerk to her.
Side versus the other. That's
Now,
what they're talking about.
Would you think about
It's
this
just,
all day long, in the
annoying.
morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening
Thank
to
you.
the story.
Thank you for
And,
that.
and I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her, and then she'd be telling me. And that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it. When I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
Were you panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean, that was a nonsense threat.
Wow.
When you would learn about things, though, would you talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot. And
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her issues with Professor Markel weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
when I talked a lot.
How would it come up?
And it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day. And
She's
it gets
not.
more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
By the way, during this time period, now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same, but every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011, 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean,
It's
she loved her
radical
job, you know.
acceptance, you know.
She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her,
term?
did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
I remember I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class, and that was to take place in August. And I know she was super excited about it, and we're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
I don't want to say it out loud, but that'll be a good.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua.
Thank you.
How did you first meet Catherine Magbanua?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of the dental office that I worked at.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
I love South.
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly.
He has
she
a
went to the
type.
same, she actually graduated from UCF, also different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty, and that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her was she had a very busy life also, and my life was so busy it was hard for me to be in a relationship with someone who wanted to go have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids, so she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
Huh.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, "Hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?"
No, absolutely not.
Now, back to the relationship.
So
over time, did it become more
that's
serious?
what happened.
Over time, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is, and then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, by probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
After the first 3 months ago, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No.
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her, how often? Let's be clear. We're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
We're
So let's keep it far away from July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We texted throughout the day, and I'd always talk to her at nighttime.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner, hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
Did you have any relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I'd say maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Now, I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked it the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life, I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
He seems
I wanna
like
show
a
you-
bad apple.
Defense exhibit, it's not in evidence.
I could understand that because you're so tiny. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we keeping you from something?
Yeah, put your honor.
You may.
Okay, this works
I'm
out.
showing you what's marked for identification purposes as defense exhibit 34. Please take a look at it.
Timing one.
Are these text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in defense exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please approach.
Let's see if we can go. Okay, so this is where we're at. 5607. Yeah. No one showed up. There we go.
These text messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th, 2013?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in exhibit 34 at this time.
Any further objection? They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
Unnecessary comment there, but
Now, you see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is, and she's saying he knows me. So I'm saying, do I know him?
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
apparently, why didn't we hear about what happened on
As
Halloween?
time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over to my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They got into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now, why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
Yeah.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Ms. Magbanua in January, February, and March of 14.
Perfect.
These will be Defendant's Exhibits 35, 36, and 37.
Anything that you guys have out there that if you have arthritis, I have rheumatoid arthritis. if you have any products that are like great for arthritis, I'm always open to that. I'm so thankful that this trip.
The January text is 35. The February text is 36. And the March 24th text,
The bottom one.
you have that one?
Yes.
Is 37.
I have March 15th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just put it aside. That's 36. And that's 37. Can you take a look at these items?
Oh, I didn't send the photo. Meow meow.
Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Were they kept, are they accurate reflections of your text messages?
They are. Yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Here's Your Honor. Sorry,
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, there we go. Found what I was looking for.
May I approach?
Friggin' frick. Crapola. Got it. What are they fighting over?
Exhibits.
I have Your Honor, my objection is hearsay.
Attorneys can briefly approach.
Okay, I'm gonna have to speed this along. Charlie. We are at 108.
Continue with your examination.
So let's talk about.
Hey, Mom, feel free to unload the dishwasher if you want. It was more or less, I was expecting, oh my God, Lacey, you did the dishes? I ran the dishwasher. I am never doing jack shit
About,
ever again.
Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
The text from January 19, 2014. And in this exchange, what is Miss Magbanua asking you about?
She asked me if I wanted things to be different, and she was saying how much she missed me.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
No, I wanted things to stay the way they were from when we just started dating.
Now, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 36.
Dude.
Text messages from February 5th, 2014. What is she asking you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just tell the jury generally what she's asking you about. What is she concerned about?
She's asking if I'm talking to a bunch of other girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say, no, I'm not.
And again, in this text message, she's asking you whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
And how do you respond?
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Oh, yeah. I say, you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So,
and what were you trying to tell Miss Magbanua in this text message?
I was trying to say, I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Yeah.
Now, moving to text messages in March of 2014. Miss Magbanua texts you, you've mentioned me to your mom, and you say yes, and she says, I love you. Oh, baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
I guess when I'd spoken to her, I brought up that I mentioned her to my mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So I think she got excited over that.
So you can put those aside.
I'm going to object regarding Defense Exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that is published to the jury.
I'll sustain on best evidence grounds. Please publish Defense 37. Members of the jury get to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury and see if it says what. March 24th at 12:17. Do you see she texts you and says, you mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Any other clarification, Your Honor?
So awkward.
Is it fair to say that she was excited that you had mentioned her to your mom?
Yeah, she was happy. She got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
You're an idiot.
Now, in the early summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Catherine Magbanua?
Objection, evidence.
Sustain. Please lay a foundation if you can.
About that.
Was your relationship coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
Oh.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
All the time in the world. Kind of.
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who was Jeff Lacoste.
Do you recall where you sat?
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this is March 11th, 2014, right?
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
Yeah, I did.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Catherine Magbanua?
No, she went back to be with her kids.
And was it a normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and her boyfriend sleep over at my house. So it was normal.
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
You guys texted.
Did you know anything about the first attempted murder of Professor Markel in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present.
Yeah.
And you may remember some text messages that the state showed during their case regarding wanting to talk to your. Give me 1 second. Do you recall the state showing text messages where you're texting with your mom and she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone, she's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message?
Yeah.
Do you recall what that is all about?
It was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him.
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
Because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to kill Professor
Ooh.
Markel, or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was going to be the 70th birthday party.
And do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And those are reflected in text messages as well, correct?
Yes, they are.
On June 5th,
Don't
do you
go on a
recall your
cruise
mom texting
in
you and
January.
asking you, don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Yes.
Now, what did you get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also and salads.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43. I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 43. And these are a composite of all of your text messages between June 2nd, 2014 and June
I
7th,
know. I thought it was
2015.
really
Approach, Your Honor.
sad that my mom didn't notice either.
Can you look through this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move in Defense Exhibit 43 at this point in time.
I'm going to need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor. Hearsay and evidence.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit. Over to the jury, the bailiff is going to take you back to the jury room. We will resume the testimony momentarily.
All right, great. Oh no.
Seated.
Oh.
If the attorneys can approach.
I mean, I know it's a huge crowd right now. Never mind. We're gonna, guys, we are going to stop for the night. And I am going to see you guys tomorrow. We do this every Tuesday through Friday, starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And we usually end up shutting down between 7:30. Sometimes it'll go longer if there's something crazy going on. But if you were reading the chat, you may or may not have seen that it was just astronomically low night tonight. So for those of you who were here, thank you so much. I know that you could have been like a million different places. So I am so incredibly appreciative that you spent some of your night with me. And we'll have a very exciting stream. I think it'll be next Tuesday. I looked at the weather, and that seems to be the warmest day where I'm at, which is going to be 73 degrees. If you have enjoyed this YouTube presentation, please make sure
12
to
minutes until 10:30.
hit the like button and double check. Make sure you are subscribed. And yeah, thanks again. I appreciate all of your support, and thank you to Maybe for helping mod today. And we will carry on tomorrow. All right, guys. Oh, thanks, Will, for being here. I appreciate you guys. All right. See you at 3:30 tomorrow p.m. Eastern. Bye-bye. And for the record, we will be continuing his testimony, and it's worth watching. Okay, bye.